Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Mount Lacrosse. Just one quick announcement here this morning as we get ready to kick off day 3 of the Wisconsin State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships. We are going to close the course inspection at this point, please. So, athletes, coaches, course inspection is now officially closed. Please make your way down the mountain and move into position to get this boys' slalom run started here this morning. Once again, good morning and welcome to Mount Lacrosse. We're getting ready to launch our Monday's events here today. We'll be leading off this morning with our boys slalom run. We'll take a few minute break in between, and then we will have girls giant slalom, and then following the girls will be the boys super giant slalom, as close to downhill racing as you will see. So we're just doing some last minute checks here of timing and getting our officials in place, getting all the referees set to go with a start time to be very soon. Leading off this morning on this slalom race. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Mount Lacrosse, and welcome to the 41st annual Wisconsin State Ski and Snowboard High School Racing Championships. We're just starting our first forerunners here this morning, getting set for the boys slalom. We're going to be having a forerunner entering the course here shortly, and they just approached the head wall now from a thunderation start way up at the top of our mountain here at Mount Lacrosse. Our first forerunner, giving our coaches and athletes a little look at this course. And here comes forerunner number 2. We appreciate their efforts here this morning, giving this course a little look. Day over day, we certainly have had a little change in the overall weather conditions here, but that's life in the winter in Wisconsin. You just never know when the weather is going to be a little different than it was a few minutes ago. Just running the first of our forerunners down here. Forerunner number 3 on course. This next forerunner doing a nice job here, keeping those skis nicely angulated and working his way down the course here. And one more forerunner here to lead us off and get us warmed up here as we get ready to send some of our first high school racers down the mountain. And our fourth and final forerunner comes across the line. Our first racer is in the gate. It's bib number 308. He's a senior from Wanakee. Reed Schuster is on course. Bib 308. He's a senior this year. And Reed is our number 1 racer here of the morning. I'd like to welcome my partner Amy Schwartz to the sound booth here. We'll be commentating throughout the day, and it looks like Reed has had a little slide out there, but he's going to work his way back around.
Can you guys? Oh, never. And welcome to Rich Rice for our third day of the State Ski and Snowboard Championships, and we're going to take care of the boys slalom, girls GS, and boys Super G today. And here we are looking at Reed Schuster, a senior from Wanakee.
Reed's going to be followed by William Morgan, a junior from UBLT, but let's keep an eye on Reed as he approaches the finish line here. Reed is 55.67. On course now from UBLT, William Morgan, and Bill will be followed by Henry Ogden from Marquette. Okay, here comes William Morgan approaching the finish line. Again, William's a junior from UBLT, and his time 53.53. 53.53. On course now, Henry Ogden. Henry's a senior this year from Marquette. Henry will be followed by Kyle Wardell, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op. Henry doing a nice job on this bottom flush here. Nice angulation, and through the finish line, Henry at 40.48, 40.48.
Our next racer will be bib 199, Kyle Wardell, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op. He'll be followed by bib 605, Matt Gruber, a junior from Whitefish Bay.
Got Kyle coming into view here. He's charging hard. His final race for the Wisconsin State High School Championships here. He's been at Mount Lacrosse before. Keeping a nice line as he heads towards the finish line. This is bib 199, Kyle Wardell, and his time 43.3.
Our next racer is bib 605, Matt Gruber, a junior from Whitefish Bay. And in the start, we have bib 183, Owen Fenig, a freshman from Kettle Moraine. Looks like Matt had some trouble at the head wall and lost a ski. Looks like bib 605, Matt Gruber, is going to be a did not finish. So our next racer is bib 183, Owen Fenig, a freshman from Kettle Moraine.
We've got Owen Fenning heading our way. Owen is a freshman from Kettle Moraine. Owen Fenning on course. These guys have to make a strong commitment as they come over that head wall and change directions there. And as you saw, our last racer had a little trouble negotiating that. This racer coming down nicely. Lots of quick turns in the slalom run, of course.
And in the start, we have bib 174, Trip Hillier, a freshman from Badger. So we have two freshmen here in a row. This is Owen Fenig finishing with a 44.56, 44.56.
On course now, we've got Trip Hillier, a freshman from Badger. And Trip rounds out on the front part of this course here, skiing through some flat, light conditions. He's got his eyes focused downhill. He looks like he's doing a great job.
Following Trip will be bib 612, Roman Westveer.
On course now, Will Dorr. And Will is a senior from Homestead.
We have a slight pause for a little gate repair at the top, and then we'll be back to slalom racing.
As I mentioned earlier, Amy, we certainly have had a little change in the weather here, but it is Wisconsin in the winter. So we've had a little temperature swing day over day, and certainly a little light condition swing. These athletes will adjust their techniques accordingly with that change in the light and change in the weather.
Yeah, all the people who got sunburned yesterday are maybe thankful that it's not super sunny right now, but I talked to Bill Patza earlier today, and he said that the snow conditions are great. The course is in great shape, and now on course is Will Dorr, a senior from Homestead.
Behind Will, we're going to have Loken Siebert, a senior from Waukesha. Will looks like he's charging hard as he comes across that head wall and into our view here. I'm sure many of you outside are watching the Jumbotron and keeping an eye on our athletes as they're up on the top part of this course. And those of you watching out on TV and the worldwide internet, welcome and good morning. We're watching Will Dorr, a senior from Homestead, and Will crosses the line at 43.87, 43.87.
Our next racer on course is bib 303, Loken Siebert, a senior from Waukesha. He'll be followed by 221, Nick Peterson, a junior from Menominee Falls. There's Loken Siebert clearing the head wall.
Loken continuing to charge here to the finish line, and Loken's time 43.87, 43.87 for Loken Siebert.
Looks like we have a runaway pole there sliding through the finish.
On course now, bib 221, Nick Peterson. He's a junior from Menominee Falls.
In the start is 221, Nick Peterson. Or I'm sorry, pardon me. On course is 221, Nick Peterson. He's a junior from Menominee Falls, and here he comes. Nick's time is a 43.23, 43.23 for Nick Peterson.
Nick's going to be followed by Alex Dubell. Alex is a senior from Arrowhead. Just a quick hold for a gate repair here, and we'll be sending Alex Dubell.
And I actually talked to the coaches a little bit last night, and it's Alex Doibel, and I got a couple other clarifications, so we're going to try to make it right today and try to pronounce more names correctly than we did yesterday.
Alex Doibel.
Alex Doibel, 158.
Here he comes. He's a senior from Arrowhead. And he does a nice job coming across that head wall breach there and heading into the mid portion of this course as he comes into a little tighter flush.
We're watching Alex Doibel from Arrowhead. Looks smooth on this slalom course, and Alex has a nice run, 38.56, 38.56, unofficially in second place right now.
On course now, Spencer Schillinger, a senior from West Bend. Now Spencer had a little trouble there. Looks like he has lost a ski. Hopefully he's okay, but did lose a ski. So unfortunately, Spencer Schillinger from West Bend will be a DNF. Following Spencer is going to be Landon Westfall. He's a junior from Wausau United in bib 316.
Bib 321, Spencer Schillinger is a did not finish. 321 is a did not finish.
Well, we've had some great racing here this weekend, Amy. We started out on Saturday with our snowboarders and Boarder X and some other events, GS and Slalom, and then, of course, followed with some skiing events yesterday. It's been a great weekend here in La Crosse, and we certainly do appreciate all the comments we've had from our visitors and do appreciate this facility. Todd and Cindy Shiny here at Mount La Crosse and their operations team have really put together a great venue for this event this year and every year. So appreciate the whole facility and the whole event.
Yeah, and all the people who have helped make it happen. Raceler and his crew, they provided me with a motorized wheelchair so I can get around a little faster. So it's been awesome. I can walk, but you know, it's faster this way. So anyway, it's been awesome, and they've been very accommodating, and all the people inside the chalet working really hard and trying to make this a really smooth event. So yeah, we really appreciate everybody and all the volunteers for helping through these 3 days, and it's been just a really smooth 3-day race so far.
On course now, we've got Landon Westfall. He's a junior from Wausau United. Landon will be followed by James King, a senior from Cedarburg. Heading towards the headwall now, Landon Westfall. Landon's got quite a cheering section from Wausau. They're making some noise. That always makes you ski faster, so we appreciate those spectators and that support.
I especially like that horn. It's awesome. Reminds me of a football game. Here comes Landon Westfall. Landon's time is a 42.92, 42.92. Now on course, we have James King, a senior from Cedarburg.
And James hits the front part of the course here. James is going to be followed by Griffin Ward, a senior from Middleton. We're watching James King from Cedarburg. It's really neat to watch those slalom poles bounce as these athletes push right through them. And James King crosses the finish line at 49.04.
Next up, we have bib 228, Griffin Ward, a senior from Middleton. Got a group of seniors here coming through. So this is bib 228, Griffin Ward from Middleton on course.
Griffin will be followed by Lucas Weinhold from Madison West. Here comes Griffin Ward to the finish line, and Griffin's time is 41.56. Turns in a nice time for an unofficial 4th position.
Our next racer is bib 214, Lucas Weinhold, a senior from Madison West. And there's Lucas at the head wall.
Lucas will be followed by Sawyer Wozniak from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. But out front, this is Lucas Weinhold in his final slalom race of his high school racing career. Lucas Weinhold from Madison West crosses the finish line at 43.29, unofficial 8th position.
Our next racer is 613, Sawyer Wozniak, a senior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. And I did get clarification, it is Wozniak. So we did all right, Rich. Here he comes over the head wall, bib 613, Sawyer Wozniak.
In the gate, we've got Alex Weiss from Edgewood waiting to go.
Here comes Sawyer to the last few gates here. Sawyer Wozniak's time is a 40.91, 40.91.
Sawyer put a nice run together, puts him unofficially in the 4th position. On course now, Alex Weiss, a junior from Edgewood.
In the start, we have bib 241, Hudson Croining, a junior from Oconomowoc.
We've got eyes on Alex Weiss now on the front part of this course. Every single one of these athletes is determined to get to the bottom just as quickly as they can, and it shows. Here comes Alex Weiss heading for the finish line, and Alex turns in a time of 49.2, 49.2 for Alex Weiss.
Next up is 241, Hudson Croining, a junior from Oconomowoc. And in the start, one of our local racers, 152, Patty Gunderson, a freshman from the Aquinas, Unalaska West Salem team. We're looking at Hudson Croining on course.
A little slip out there for Hudson, but he got right back in line, and Hudson crosses at 45.6, 45.60. On course now, Patty Gunderson from Aquinas, Unalaska West Salem.
Oh, shoot, and Patty had a little trouble up there, but he's going to get back on course and get a finish. So let's hear it for Patty Gunderson, bib 152, one of our local racers. Been watching him since he was probably about 6 years old. Here comes Patty. And here he comes, bib 152, Patty Gunderson to the finish. Patty's time was a 1.01.15, 1.01.15.
On course now, a junior from Slinger Hartford, Leighton Jasperson.
And he'll be followed by another local racer, 193, Eric Moore, a junior from the lacrosse schools. We're looking at Leighton Jasperson on course.
Leighton's charging hard for the finish line, and Leighton crosses at 40.73, 40.73, knocks down a great run, unofficial 4th position. Eric Moore on course now, a junior from lacrosse schools.
And I've been watching Eric Moore since he was probably 6 years old too. See what he can put together today. Eric Moore, a junior from Lacrosse Logan. Looking good on this slalom course. Our next racer will be 165 Bergen Brew from Ashwa Bay. Here comes Eric Moore to the finish. And Eric's time is a 43.51, 43.51. Next racer is 165 Bergen Brew, a junior from Ashwa Bay.
And Bergen will be followed by Josh Hansen, a senior from Mukwonago. Bergen Brew approaches our front side of our course here. Bergen's got some Ashwa Bay cowbells in the background here making some noise.
Here he comes, Bergen Brew, racer bib number 165 to the finish. And Bergen's time is a 53.12, 53.12. Up next is 606 Josh Hansen, a senior from Mukwonago. He'll be followed by 608 Chase Raven, one of our individual racers from Hudson. And at the head wall, we're looking at Josh Hansen from Mukwonago. We're approaching the end of our first seat of the boys slalom. We have Josh Hansen on course and 2 other racers, Chase Raven and AJ Gillespie, in the start. Here comes Josh Hansen to the finish. Josh's time is a 43.13, 43.13.
On course now from Hudson, it's Chase Raven.
And Chase had a little bit of trouble yesterday. Let's see how he does today on this slalom course. The good individual racer from Hudson.
Chase will be followed by AJ Gillespie. He'll be our final racer in seed number 1. And AJ is from Rhinelander, Northland Pines. We've got Chase Raven out in front of us right now. Chase charging hard for that finish line. Skiing a nice line, and Chase comes across at 39.71, unofficially in the 3rd position for Chase Raven.
So Chase is off to a good start today in the slalom. Nice job, Chase. Next up is 246 AJ Gillespie, a senior from the Rhinelander Northland Pines team at the head wall.
AJ's doing well here as he comes through this slalom course. The gates tighten here down on this bottom pitch. He got a little bit in the back seat there, but he's straightened it out right away. And here comes AJ. Pushing hard through this last flush, and AJ Gillespie crosses with a time of 50.76, 50.76. A little break here, folks, as we slip this course and get ready for seed number 2. And we just can't say it enough, but we want to thank all these volunteers out working on this course, operating those drills and those rakes, and making sure that our racers have a safe and fun course to race on. Lots and lots of volunteers. You from the fan base, if you see somebody in a yellow vest or somebody you know has been working out here today, take a moment and thank them. We couldn't do this event without them.
And we're almost ready for our second seat of the boys slalom. We're going to get started with bib 210, Callum Donovan. He'll be our first racer from our second seed.
All right, we are getting ready to launch our second seed here. We're getting ready to send Callum Donovan, a sophomore from Madison West, and Callum Donovan is on course to lead off our second seed. Callum will be followed by Brayson Ham. He's a junior from UBLT. But on course now, Callum Donovan. We often see some surprises out of this second seed, Amy. There's some hot racers in this group as well, so let's keep our eyes on all of these racers here today as they really do their best at putting down a good time.
Yeah, we had some fast times in that first seed with Noah Bindas and Alex Doibel and Chase Raven. Really good racing so far, and more to come. Here comes Callum Donovan to the finish. And Callum's time is a 46.50, 46.50.
On course now, he's a junior from UBLT, Brayson Ham. And Brayson will be followed by Maxwell Lynch, a senior from Verona. We've got Bryson Ham out in front of us now.
And we're watching 291, Brayson Ham, a junior from UBLT, as he finishes. Brayson's time is a 46.22, 46.22.
On course now is Maxwell Lynch, a senior from Verona.
He'll be followed by 249, Riley Zarm, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Just over the head wall is Maxwell Lynch, a senior from Verona, on course.
Sometimes some of this terrain is a little bit challenging to see in this flat light. Maxwell Lynch comes across the finish line at 49.11, 49.11 for Maxwell Lynch. On course now, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Coming on the head wall is Riley Zarm.
And that's Riley at the head wall. In the start, we have bib 169, Charlie Robluski, a junior from Ashwa Bay. Making his way toward the finish is 249, Riley Zarm. And Riley's coming into some nice cowbell sounds here as Riley Zarm finishes, and his time is a 50.27, 50.27.
On course now, Charlie Robolewski from Ashwa Bay. He's a junior, bib 169. Charlie's off the head wall now and coming into the front pitch.
And in the start, we have 314, TJ Sandelski, a freshman from Wausau United. And it sounds like the cowbells are warming up here on this kind of overcast day here at Mount Lacrosse, our third day of the state championships.
Charlie had just a little oops there, but he's getting information from the gate judge to go back up and around, complete his run. He's back on course now, getting focused to complete the bottom portion of this course.
And here he comes, bib 169, Charlie Roblewski, a junior from Ashwa Bay. His time, 1.00.87, 1.00.87.
On course now from Wausau United, a freshman, TJ Sandelski.
In the start, we have bib 301, Jonathan Mercier, a senior from Waukesha. There's TJ Sandelski with a finish of 41.93, 41.93.
On course now, and really making those gates wobble, he's a senior from Waukesha, Jonathan Mercier.
And up next, we have bib 198, Tucker Sturm, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. Oh, unfortunately, it looks like Jonathan had some trouble at the head wall. Unfortunately, 301, Jonathan Mercier did not finish. Our next racer is bib 198, Tucker Sturm from Madison Area Co-op.
All right, we're clear to go, and we're going to have our next racer on course here in just a moment. This is bib 198, just out of the gate, Tucker Sturm. Tucker is a sophomore from the Madison Area Co-op. And Tucker had a little trouble on that top portion of the course. Still got his skis on.
We have Tucker Sturm hiking at the top part of the course, and now he's back on track. Hopefully the cowbells will inspire him to keep going here. And here he comes to the head wall.
And it looks like Tucker has skied out of the course. So unfortunately, Tucker Sturm will be a DNF. Did not finish.
Our next racer is 601, Aiden Sison, a senior from West Bend. And then he'll be followed by 170, Jack Clark, a sophomore from Badger.
On course now and out of the gate, bib 601, a senior from West Bend, Aiden Sison. Aiden is attacking the top part of that course as he approaches the head wall. Let's see if he can continue this momentum, and it looks like he might have straddled a gate there. So Aiden needs to go on a little hike back up and around. It's always fun to watch ski racing, but it's kind of fun in an Olympic year because everybody's got skiing kind of top of mind, you know, even if you're not a skier. So it's great to see these kids out here today. And who knows, some of them may be going on to bigger and better things in ski racing. Aiden Sison has a little trouble there once again.
And hopefully Aiden is okay. And we have another racer on course. We have Jack Clark at the head wall. We have Jack Clark, bib 170, a sophomore from Badger, on course. And we have an overtake here. Jack Clark finishes with a time of 43.04, 43.04. And we have a bit of a pause here to check on our racer, Aiden Sison.
Well, it looks like Aiden Sison is up. We're having our medical team check him over. I believe he's got his coach there with him as well. So we hope the best for Aiden Sison as he slipped out of that course.
So it's good to see Aiden Sison upright, and hopefully he'll be okay. Our next racer will be Jack Steiner in the start. And we have August Johnson on course right now. He's a senior from Wanakee as he makes his way to the finish. And that's August with a time of 42.29, 42.29. And on course is bib 192, Stefan Kovacs, one of our local racers. He's a sophomore from the La Crosse School District. Bib 192, Stefan Kovacs to the finish. Stefan's time is a 44.84, 44.84. And we're happy to see that Aiden Sison is on his way to get some help. Hopefully, is Neil be okay?
He seems to be in pretty good spirits. I know he has a little bit of a knee issue there, but we're going to go give him a quick look and warm him up and see how he's doing. Next on course, bib 224. He's a senior from Middleton. This is Zach Ostring coming up. Zach will be followed by Austin McIntyre, a senior from Menominee Falls.
And I'm not sure if we announced it, but bib number, or Jack Steiner was on course, and Jack finished with a 39.80, 39.80, bib 207.
On course now, Zach Ostrang. He's a senior from Middleton as he approaches the front head wall.
And we're watching Zach Ostrang on course, having a little trouble hiking up to get back on course to get a finish. And Zach Ostring is back on course. In the start, we have bib 220, Austin McIntyre, a senior from Menominee Falls. Here comes Zach Ostring to the finish. His time, 1.02.11, 1.02.11.
Up next is Austin McIntyre. Austin's a senior from Menominee Falls. Austin will be followed by Bodie Stevens, a junior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. On course now, Austin McIntyre, bib 220.
And in the start, we'll have bib number 610, Bodie Stevens, a junior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. And this course crew is working hard with this slalom course, constantly checking the gates and making sure this is a safe course for our racers.
Here comes Austin into view. He did a nice job across that transition. That's very important to keep your momentum as you move from the top part of that course to the bottom part here. And then the gates tend to tighten up just a little bit as he enters this bottom section. His final slalom run, at least, of the tournament, or of his career in high school, and it's 45.78 for Austin McIntyre.
Our next racer on course is Bodie Stevens, bib 610, a junior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. And in the start, 252, Andrew Nelson, a senior from Rice Lake. Here comes Bodie Stevens making his way through this slalom course. And here he comes, Bodie Stevens to the finish. Bodie's time is a 43.90, 43.90.
On course now from Rice Lake, he's a senior, Andrew Nelson, bib 252.
And in the start, bib 604, John Egan, a sophomore from Whitefish Bay. There's Andrew Nelson at the head wall.
Methodically working through his way through those gates, staying fully focused as he approaches the finish line. Andrew Nelson with a time of 48.92, 48.92. On course now, a sophomore from Whitefish Bay, John Egan.
And in the start, we'll have 262, Tanner Rosick from Slinger Hartford. And at the head wall is John Egan from Whitefish Bay. John's got his own fan club here, like, giving him some encouragement here.
You know, Amy, I've got a fan club too. I'd like to shout out to Nora and Harrison Urban, a couple skiers from Madison. Time here is John Egan, 52.17 for John.
Now on course is Tanner Rosick. Tanner is a sophomore from Whitefish Bay, and he's at the head wall. So, Rich, your fan club is 2 people?
It's 2.
Yep.
I'm working on some more.
All right, good work. Good start. And we're looking at 262, Tanner Rosick, a senior. So this will be his last slalom race here at Mount Lacrosse, at least for the high school championships. Here he comes, Tanner Rosick to the finish. His time is a 45.30, 45.30.
On course now from Oconomowoc, Ethan Harris is a senior, bib 238.
He'll be followed by one of our local racers, 154, Cullen Sackman, a freshman from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
Here's our Oconomowoc racer here out front. This is Ethan Harris.
And we are approaching the end of our second seed of the boys slalom here at the 2022 state championships. We're looking at Ethan Harris on course. And Ethan finishes with a 49.91, 49.91.
On course now from AOWS, Cullen Sackman. He's a freshman this year. I know I said it all through the ski racing this weekend, but we're loving watching these freshmen coming up so aggressively and skiing so hard. It's going to be a great next 4 years.
Yeah, Cullen's looking good. Cullen Sackman, a freshman from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team, approaching the finish. Cullen's time is a 42.03, 42.03. Puts him in the 10th spot unofficially. Nice job, Cullen.
On course now, a senior from Cedarburg, Hayden Price.
On course is 181, Hayden Price, a senior from Cedarburg. In the gate, 186, Cole Thompson from Kettle Moraine. We're down to our last 4 racers in the second seed of the boys slalom.
Racing continues real strong here in this second seed. We're watching Hayden Price here from Cedarburg. He's a senior this year from Cedarburg. This is Hayden Price. And Hayden's time as he crosses at 49.88. 49.88. On course now, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine, Cole Thompson.
And in the start is bib 157, Blake Bentz, a senior from Arrowhead. Blake had a good day yesterday. We'll see what he's got going on today. We're looking at Cole Thompson from Kettle Moraine right now. And Blake Bentz is in the start. Unfortunately, Cole Thompson lost a ski. So bib 186 is a DNF. Cole Thompson is a DNF. Our next racer will be 157, Blake Bentz from Arrowhead in the start.
The Bentz brothers always bring a strong game from Arrowhead, so we'll see what Blake's got up his sleeve here today.
Following Blake will be another good racer, 235, Joseph Tarkowski from Muskego. So rounding out our second seed. Oh, bib 157 did not start. We have Joseph Tarkowski on course.
And Joseph will be the last skier in our seed 2. So here comes Joseph Tarkowski, a senior from Muskego. Those Muskego fans are on fire as Joseph Tarkowski approaches the bottom portion of this course. He's skiing hard as he approaches the finish line, and Joseph Tarkowski finishes 40.47 with an unofficial 5th position. Nice job, Joseph.
Yeah, Joseph made the podium yesterday, and he's looking good today as well.
We'll take just a little pause, folks, in between our seeds for some course maintenance, give these athletes an opportunity to get set to go, and we'll lead off with our seed number 3, Jason Lynn, as soon as the course is ready.
And we're going to have racer 157, Blake Bentz, a senior from Arrowhead, on course. And he has just left the gate. Blake Bentz, bib 157 on course. And Blake Bentz on course from Arrowhead, doing a nice job. He had a great day yesterday. Looks like he's having a good time on this slalom course as well. Here he comes. Blake Bentz to the finish. Blake's time is a 39.34, 39.34, good enough for a third spot unofficially. Our next racer is bib 248, Jason Lynn, a freshman from Rhinelander, Northland Pines.
Jason leads off the first skier in our seed number 3, and he'll be followed by Ben Neubel from Rice Lake. In front of us now, we've got Jason Lynn. He's a freshman from Rhinelander, Northland Pines. Jason Lynn continues to charge hard for the finish line, and Jason turns in a time of 48.51, 48.51.
Our next racer is bib 253, Ben Neubel. Ben is a junior from Rice Lake. He'll be followed by bib 190, Benedict Altoff, a freshman from La Crosse Schools. There's Ben Neubel from Rice Lake at the head wall.
And Ben has a little skid out there, and it appears he has lost a ski. Unfortunately, with that loss, he will be a DNF.
Our next racer is bib number 190, Benedict Altoff, a freshman from the La Crosse Schools, and Benedict is at the head wall.
Benedict will be followed by Lars Gunderson from AOWS. Out in front of us now, Benedict Altoff.
And this is Benedict's first appearance at the state meet as he's a freshman from the La Crosse area schools. Here he comes, bib 190, Benedict Altoff with a finish time of 46.23, 46.23.
On course now from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem, this is Lars Gunderson.
And in the start is 296, Jacob Zeiser, a senior from UBLT.
Lars had a little trouble there and caught a tip. He looks like he's hiking back up. And Lars got back underway here after a quick little hike, and he's back focused to the bottom portion of this course, so he can turn in a team score. Lars Gunderson comes across at 1 minute 30.30, 1:00.30.
And next up we have 296, Jacob Zeiser, a senior from UBLT. In the start, 305, Sam Hogland from Wanakee. That's Jacob Zeiser clearing the head wall. This will be his final slalom race. He's a senior. So let's see what he has today. And here he comes, Jacob Zeiser to the finish. His time, 48.04, 48.04. Next.
On course now, a sophomore from Wanakee, Sam Hoagland.
And in the start is 239, Howard Hayes, a junior from Oconomowoc.
Sam had just a little oops there, had to climb back around to get to the gate, but Sam comes across the headline now. He's a sophomore from Wanakee.
And we're watching bib 305, Sam Hogland, a sophomore from Wanakee. And he's approaching the finish now. Sam from Wanakee. Sam's time is a 54.83, 54.83.
On course now from Oconomowoc, junior Howard Hayes.
In the start, we have bib 203, Simon Bartos, a freshman from Marquette. Just at the head wall, we have Howard Hayes, a junior from Oconomowoc.
Howard staying real consistent on his transition from the top portion of the course to the bottom portion of the course. Skiing aggressively through these gates. He's got his fan club here making some noise from Oconomowoc. Howard Hayes crosses the finish line at 51.25. 51.25. On course now, a freshman from Marquette, Simon Bartos.
And that's Simon at the head wall. In the start, we have bib 261, Hunter Ott, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. Ooh, Simon had a little skid there, but he's on course. And we're looking at Simon Bartos as he approaches the finish. Bib 202, 203, pardon me. Simon's time is a 42.49, 42.49.
On course now, a senior from Slinger, Hartford, Hunter Ott.
And he'll be followed by 219, Cole Clade, a senior from Menominee Falls.
We're watching Hunter navigate this course here. Got a little wide on a couple of those turns, but he's got back online now. Hunter Ott putting some rhythm into the bottom port of this course here as he comes through. Hunter from Slinger, Hartford crosses at 45.09. 45.09.
Up next is 219, Cole Clade, a senior from Menominee Falls. He'll be followed by 297, Connor Boyle, a sophomore from Waukesha. And Cole Clade is approaching the head wall, bib 219.
For those of you watching at home or from the stands, you do need to recognize the transition in the pitch here. It is really quite steep when they cross that top head wall into this bottom section of the course. Mount Lacrosse offers a very challenging format for high school racing. And we're watching Cole Clade here as he approaches the finish line. Cole's time 52.42.
Our next racer is bib 297, Connor Boyle from Waukesha. And in the start, we'll have 319, Marcus Brightus, a junior from West Bend. And that's Connor Boyle at the head wall. Yeah, these racers make it look easy, but it is really, really steep up there. It's not that easy. And here he comes, 297, Connor Boyle from Waukesha, making his way to the finish. And Connor's time is a 46.51, 46.51.
On course is a junior from West Bend, Marcus Brightus. Marcus will be followed by Race Johnson. Marcus is a junior this year, bib 319. Marcus looks like he's got a nice line. The fastest way to the bottom is to go as straight as you can, which is why you see them essentially mowing down those slalom poles. They have to go around them. And Marcus Brightus with a nice technique as he comes into the finish here at 44.11, 44.11. On course now, Race Johnson, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
Race will be followed by 182, Jack Stevens, a senior from Cedarburg.
I wonder if the naming committee for Race Johnson knew that he was going to go on to be a ski racer.
I don't know. Could be. Maybe his parents just knew something.
Knew something before Race did. So
yep.
What a great name for a high school ski racer. Race Johnson on the course now, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
In the start is 182, Jack Stevens. Oh, unfortunately, Race lost both skis, it looks like. Unfortunately, 166 Race Johnson is a DNF. Our next racer is 182, Jack Stevens. On course is Jack Stevens, a senior from Cedarburg, as he's clearing the head wall. And in the start, we have 2:11, James Firkin, a sophomore from Madison West.
We're watching Jack Stevens from Cedarburg as Jack makes his way down to the course. 182 is his bib number. He crosses at 53.19.
On course is 2:11, James Firkin, a sophomore from Madison West. He'll be followed by 3:11, Adam Bouch, a junior from Wausau United.
James had a little spin out there. Has had to go back up and around one gate, so a slight delay in the process, but he's back and focused on this rest of this course.
And we're watching bib 2:11, James Firkin, make his way through this slalom course. We're about 2/3 of the way through the third seed. Here comes James Firkin to the finish. And James's time is a 55.86, 55.86. On course is bib 3:11, Adam Bouch, a junior from Wausau United. In the start is 6:09, Drew Schaefer, a junior from Verona.
Watching Adam Bouch on the course here from Wausau. Adam trains at Granite Peak, I'm sure. Adam Bouch crosses the finish line with a time of 50.67, 50.67 for Adam Bouch. On course now from Verona, he's a junior. This is Drew Schaefer.
Drew will be followed by bib 159, Ryan Getsky, a senior from Arrowhead.
Drew Schaefer is on the front part of this course now after negotiating the head wall.
And we're looking at Drew Schaefer as he makes his way to the finish. Bib 6:09, Drew Schaefer's time is a 1.05.31, 1.05.31. Our next racer is bib 159, Ryan Getsky, a senior from Arrowhead. And here he's coming toward the bottom part of this course. And at the top is 223, Jude Kunkel from Middleton.
Ryan skiing very aggressively here on the bottom portion here, and he's got a good time. 41.46 unofficially puts him in the 10th position. Ryan Getsky from Arrowhead.
On course is 223, Jude Kunkel, a junior from Middleton. And we have 4 more racers left in our third seat of the boys slalom. Here comes Jude Kunkel over the head wall. And our next racer is 187, Michael Warzin, a junior from Kettle Moraine.
Jude had a little trouble there. It looks like he spun out. Again, the course conditions might be changing just a little bit as we bring additional racers down. But Jude is back online here and back heading down to get a time for his team. Jude is a junior from Middleton. Jude Kunkel's time, 1.01.05. On course now, Michael Warzin from Kettle Moraine. He's a junior.
And in the start, we have bib 201, Lewis Waterman, a junior from Madison Area Co-op. I finally asked how to say Warzin, and that's how you say it. You've been doing it right, Rich. Nice job. Here comes Michael Warzin to the finish, and his time is a 48.60, 48.60.
On course now, Lewis Waterman, a junior from Madison Area Co-op, and Lewis will be followed by Logan Spadnuda, another junior. He's from Muskego. On course now, Lewis Waterman out in front of us.
And we have 2 more racers left in our third seed after we look at Lewis Waterman finish. Here he comes, Lewis Waterman to the finish. And his time is a 44.88, 44.88. On course is 234, Logan Spadanuda, a junior from Muskego.
Logan will be followed by Lars Matson. Lars will be our final racer in seed number 3. On course now, in front of us is Logan Spadanuda from Muskego.
Here comes 234, Logan Spadanuda, a junior from Muskego, and he finishes with a time of 42.56. 42.56. Our final racer in seed 3 is 178, Lars Madsen. 176, I apologize. Lars Madsen, a junior from Badger.
Lars is on course and out in front of us now. He's rounding out seed number 3. Lars Madsen.
And here comes bib 176, Lars Madsen to the finish. Lars's time is a 44 flat, 44.00, 44.00. And that concludes our third seed of the boys slalom. We'll take a quick pause for slip and we'll get back to our racing.
Well, we're getting very near our next seed and going to be sending that racer shortly. Just some last minute preparations here on the course and with timing, but we're soon to go. The first skier at seed number 4, getting lined up in the gate, is a freshman from the Madison area co-op, Hakan Hegland. And Hakan will be followed by Maxwell Grubling. And we've got Hakan Hegland on course now, a freshman from the Madison area co-op.
In the start is 179, Maxwell Grubling. As Rich said, he's a sophomore from Cedarburg, but at the head wall, we're looking at a freshman from Madison area co-op, Hakan Hegland. Hakan, I'm not sure, but here he is. He's looking good on this course.
Yeah, he's got a real nice line here, Amy, coming out of the 4th seed. He's certainly got some experience on slalom skis, no question about it, even though he is a freshman. Hakan charges the finish line with a time of 47.33, 47.33. On course now, Maxwell Grubling from Cedarburg, and Maxwell will be followed by Jonas Siebert, a sophomore from Waukesha. We've got Maxwell out in front of us now. Maxwell, a sophomore from Cedarburg. Looks like he had a little trouble there with one gate, but he's continuing down. Bib 179, again a sophomore from Cedarburg. Maxwell Grubling's time is 51.37.
Our next racer is 302, Jonas Siebert, a sophomore from Waukesha. And he'll be followed by 217, Will Cassio, a sophomore from Menominee Falls. Here we're looking at Jonas Siebert on course. And we're just at the beginning of our fourth seed of the boys slalom. Jonas Siebert making his way to the bottom of this course here, and Jonas Siebert's time is a 46.96, 46.96.
On course now, a sophomore from Menominee Falls, Will Cascio. He's in bib 217.
And bib number 257 will follow, Michael Kitchen, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. And we're looking at Will Cascio on course.
Two more great events coming up yet today. We do have our girls GS race coming up next, followed by the boys Super G later on this afternoon. Right now we've got Will Cascio coming to the finish line. Will from Menominee Falls turns in a time of 48.42. 48.42. On course now from Slinger, Hartford, Michael Sishan.
Yeah, we're not quite sure how to say that, but it's Michael either Kishon or Kitchon. But Michael is a senior from Slinger, Hartford, and he is on course.
Michael will be followed by Peter Thompson from La Crosse Schools. Peter's a sophomore. Here comes Michael Sashan across the finish line, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. Michael's time, 47.53.
Next up is one of our local racers, bib 194, Peter Thompson. He's at the head wall. Peter is a sophomore from the La Crosse area schools. In the start is 231, Rowan Gray, a junior from Muskego.
Peter has to do a little climb here after bouncing around the gate, but he's getting back up and around and back on course now. Worthy of note is Peter's dad is out there as a photographer from the La Crosse Tribune and sent a whole bunch of great pictures from the weekend onto the La Crosse Tribune website, so keep an eye out for those. Here comes Peter Thompson, a sophomore from La Crosse Schools. Peter had a little trouble in this bottom flush.
Unofficially, Peter's time will be 1.06.43. Unofficially 1:06.03 or 43. Pardon me. Next up is 231, Rowan Gray, a junior from Muskego, and here he is over the head wall.
Rowan will be followed by Carter Wolf, a sophomore from Wausau.
We are into the fourth seed of our boys slalom this morning here at Mount La Crosse. Here comes Rowan Gray to the finish. And Rowan's time is a 50.16, 50.16.
On course now, a sophomore from Wausau United, Carter Wolf, bib 317, approaches our view here on the front portion of the course. The light is not getting any brighter for these athletes, so they do have that flat light to contend with. They're all doing a great job negotiating this course. The good news is the light is the same for everybody.
And up next, we'll have 293, Quinn Kaiser, a senior from UBLT.
We're watching Carter Wolf from Wausau. He's a sophomore. Carter Wolf charges the bottom portion of this course with a time of 48.80, 48.80. On course now from UBLT, this is Quinn Kaiser.
And in the start is 162, Max Rabella, a junior from Arrowhead. Just over the head wall, Quinn Kaiser from UBLT. We're about halfway through our fourth seed of the boys slalom.
Watching Quinn Kaiser here. He's a senior this year, winding down his high school racing career here at the State Ski Championships. Quinn Kaiser crosses at 55.31.
Our next racer is bib 162, Max Rabella, and he's at the head wall. Max is a junior from Arrowhead. And Max is doing a nice job on this slalom course.
Max will be followed by Wesley Whiteside. Here comes Max to the finish line, and Max's time 42.31, 42.31.
A nice time, putting him in 15th position unofficially. On course is 188, Wesley Whiteside, a freshman from Kettle Moraine. In the start is 167, Finn Rasmussen, a junior from Ashwa Bay. We're looking at Wesley Whiteside on course.
This is Wesley Whiteside, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, headed towards the finish line, and Wesley's time 1.01.45 for Wesley Whiteside.
Up next, we have bib 167, Finn Rasmussen, a junior from Ashwa Bay. And it looks like it's pretty windy out there, Rich. Trees are moving, and it looks kind of like a chilly day here at Mount Lacrosse. But we're still having a good time here. We're doing some awesome ski racing here.
We're watching Finn Rasmussen. Finn will be followed by Ronan Sullivan, a junior from Marquette. Finn's also a junior from Ashwa Bay, and those Ashwa Bay fans, they make sure their racers know they're behind them. Here comes Finn Rasmussen. Finn turns in a time of 53.75. On course now, Ronan Sullivan, a junior from Marquette.
He'll be followed by one of our local racers, 153, Noah Clevin, a senior from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. We're watching Ronan Sullivan on course.
Ronan doing a nice job pounding through the last portion of this course. And Ronan's time, 47.55, 47.55. On course, Noah Clevin from AOWS. Noah will be followed by Owen Caulfield from Oconomowoc. Noah had a little skid out there. Let's see what he does with that. He's going to go back up and around and make it right. Noah Clevin back on course.
And in the start, as Rich said, bib 240, Owen Caulfield, and he is a senior from Oconomowoc.
Local racer Noah Clevin out in front of us. And Noah had a little trouble in the bottom portion of that course. Unofficial time of 56.44. On course now, Owen Caulfield from Oconomowoc.
He'll be followed by bib 213, Magnus Oistad, a freshman from Madison West.
Here comes Owen across that transition. Looks like he might have missed a gate.
Now Owen is hiking here. He's a senior from Oconomowoc, wants to get a finish here. So he's hiking back around that blue gate. And he'll get back on course. Here he comes, Owen Caulfield. In the start, we have bib 213, Magnus Oistad, a freshman from Madison West.
We're watching Owen Caulfield approach the finish line. Owen did have a little oops up top, but got spun back around, headed in the right direction, and Owen's time, 1.14.12. On course now, Magnus Oistad from Madison West. He's a freshman.
He'll be followed by 227, Nathan Shaw, a senior from Middleton. Here comes our freshman from Madison West, Magnus Oistad, making his way through this course.
Magnus, a freshman this year, so got a lot of ski racing ahead of him. Here comes Magnus Oistad with a time of 51.72, 51.72. On course now, Nathan Shaw, a senior from Middleton.
And in the start, we have bib 318, Andrew Bullock, a senior from West Bend. There's Nathan Shaw at the head wall.
Each and every one of these skiers brings 1 ton of attack to this course. They are attacking it just as hard as they can. This is Nathan Shaw from Middleton. He puts his final few turns together and turns in a time of 46.09. 46.09.
At the top of the course is 318 Andrew Bolick, a senior from West Bend. He'll be followed by 175 Jimmy Kirschlager from Badger.
This is Andrew Bolick out front.
And this will be Andrew's final slalom race at the state championships. He's doing a nice job. In the start again is 175 Jimmy Kirschlager, a freshman from Badger. Oh, Andrew Bullock had a little trouble there, hiking back up around that gate. And looking for a team finish for West Bend. Here he comes, Andrew Bullock to the finish. His time is a 1.00.57. 1.0057. On course, we have Jimmy Kirschlager from Badger.
Jimmy will be followed by Gavin Stenseth from Rice Lake. But headed in the bottom third of this course, we've got Jimmy Kirschlager, freshman from Badger, and Jimmy's time, 44.75.
And up next is 255, Gavin Stenseth, a sophomore from Rice Lake. Gavin will be followed by 310, Jackson Whipplefirth from Wanakee.
Just a couple 3 racers left in our 4th seed here. We've got eyes on Gavin Stenseth from Rice Lake. He's a sophomore. You know that Rice Lake, that town, that has a nice sound to it. Rice Lake.
Kind of like Rich Rice
Kinda.
Lake?
Yeah, it's got a nice sound to it.
Yeah.
Gavin Stenseth coming to the finish line here. Pounding those last few gates, and Gavin turns in a time of 55.45.
And up next is 310, Jackson Whipplefirth, a sophomore from Wanakee. He'll be followed by 247, our final racer in the 4th seed, Brody Kowieski from Rhinelander. At the head wall is Jackson Whipplefirth.
By the time we get into these later seeds, we do see a little bit of course condition changing, but these athletes are doing a good job of absorbing those changes. Making sure they are correcting their body positions to absorb. Nice angulation on the skis. Headed towards the bottom portion of this course and across the finish line from Wanakee, Jackson Whipplefirth's time is 1.00.62.
On course is our final racer for the 4th seed, bib 247, Brody Kowieski, a freshman from Rhinelander, Northland Pines. We're looking at Brody Kowieski.
And the Rhinelander team brought their cowbells. The Rhinelander fans brought their cowbells. We always can count on them to make a little noise. Here comes Brody Kowieski and his time, 52.98.
And that concludes our 4th seed of the boys slalom. We'll have a quick slip and we'll continue with our 5th seed. want to give a quick shout out to our course crew for all the hard work that they've put into these last few days and setting up the courses and keeping them nice and safe and clean and fast for our racers. We couldn't do it without you. So again, thank you to all of our course crew. Also, thank you to our gate judges and gate referees, all the volunteers inside and out. And we couldn't run a state meet without you. So thank you very much for all that you do. A lot of these people are, they don't even have kids in the program anymore, but they're great volunteers and we appreciate you.
It looks like we're getting close to starting our 5th seed. Our first skier in seed number 5 is a freshman from Ashwa Bay. It's Håkan Anderson. He's on course. Håkan will be followed, Håkan will be followed by Ben Diaz from Menominee Falls.
Our next racer will be 218 Ben Diaz, senior from Menominee Falls. We are in the 5th seed of the boys slalom.
And once again, the Ashwa Bay fans are on fire for Håkan Anderson. First trip to the state high school championships for Håkan.
And we're watching bib 164, Håkan Anderson, a freshman from Ashwa Bay, make his way to the finish. And Håkan's time is a 1.02.67, 1:02.67. On course 218, Ben Diaz, a senior from Menominee Falls.
Ben will be followed by Nathan McFadden, a junior from Waukesha. Out in front of us right now, Ben Diaz from Menominee Falls. And we're watching Ben cross the finish line here as Ben turns in a time of 47.72 for Ben Diaz. On course now from Waukesha, Nathan McFadden.
In the start, we'll have bib 173, Finn Hillier, a sophomore from Badger.
Watching Nathan McFadden as he approaches the head wall here.
Ooh.
Nathan had a little oops there, but he's back on track now.
Kicked up a little bit of snow there, but he's back on track. Nathan McFadden from Waukesha making his way through this course. And in the start, we have bib 173, Finn Hillier, a sophomore from Badger.
Nathan McFadden working his way through this last flush here. Nathan leading one of the leading skiers here in seed 5, third one through. And Nathan McFadden's time, 1.01.27. On course now from Badger, this is Finn Hillier.
Finn will be followed by bib 315, Woody Tisher, a freshman from Wausau United. And we're looking at Finn Hillier just over the head wall, bib 173.
Looks like Finn skied out of the course, and bib 173 will be a DNF. On course soon, and now is Woody Tisher. Woody is a freshman from Wausau United.
And Woody will be followed by 237, Hunter Collins, a junior from Oconomowoc. And on the top part of the course is Woody Tisher, his first slalom event as he's a freshman from Wausau United. Looks like having a little bit of trouble up there. And clearing the head wall is bib 315, Woody Tisher, a freshman from Wausau United. In the gate, we have bib 237, Hunter Collins from Oconomowoc.
We're watching Woody Tisher here, a freshman from Wausau United. And Woody crosses the finish line at 1.13.52. The reason we're seeing these racers come at us so quickly and easily is we have a great starter up at that top. Jim Neumeister has started hundreds, if not thousands, of races here at Mount Lacrosse, and so we want to thank him for his efforts in keeping these racers in order and headed our way.
Thanks, Nui. Hunter Collins having a little bit of trouble on this slalom course. He's bib 237, and he's back on track, though. He's a junior from Oconomowoc. And in the start, we have bib 177, Kian Darling, a junior from Cedarburg. I think we went with Kian yesterday.
We went with Kian.
All right, let's do it again. Here we're watching Hunter Collins make his way to the finish. And here he comes. Bib 237, Hunter Collins time, 1.02.37. 1.02.37.
On course now, a junior from Cedarburg, Kian Darling.
And he'll be followed by bib 307, Andrew Meinches, a sophomore from Wanakee.
We're watching Kian Darling here. It appears Kian has skied out of the course, and Kian will be a DNF.
On course 307, Andrew Meinches, a sophomore from Wanakee. He'll be followed by 197, Tobias Lee, a senior from Madison Area Co-op. Approaching the head wall, we have bib 307, Andrew Meinches.
Andrew's got that bright orange helmet on and can give him a good contrast against this gray light here. We can see him coming. This is a sophomore from Wanakee. Got Andrew Meinches approaching the finish line, and Andrew's time is a 57.94. 57.94. On course now is Tobias Lee, a senior from Madison Area Co-op. Tobias will be followed by Jack Justice from Arrowhead.
And Tobias Lee handled the top section of this course really well. Here he comes toward us. Tobias Lee, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op.
Tobias is putting a nice run down. You're right, Amy. Good eye. He's got some nice lines here. Good angulation, staying really nice and centered over his skis. He's got some good technique. Obviously wants it badly, and his time is 47.12. 47.12. On course now, a senior from Arrowhead, Jack Justice.
And he'll be followed by 259, Ben McMeekin, a senior from Slinger Hartford.
Jack had a little oops there on the top part of the course. He's getting back to the gate he needs to get around, and bib 160, Jack Justice, is back on the way.
We're about halfway through our fifth seed of the boys slalom. Jack Justice from Arrowhead is on course, and Ben McMeekin is in the start. Here comes Jack. A little bit out of control, having some tough times here, but he is gonna finish, and I guess he's not gonna finish. So that's unfortunately, Jack Justice is a DNF. Skied out.
Next on course, bib 259, a senior from Slinger Hartford, Ben McMeekin. Ben will be followed in the gate by Henry Ackley, a sophomore from Marquette. We've got Ben McMeekin out front.
Here he comes, Ben McMeekin from Slinger Hartford to the finish. Ben's time, 47.57, 47.57.
On course now from Marquette, Henry Ackley. He's a sophomore. Henry will be followed by Andrew Primo from UBLT.
And that's Henry Ackley at the head wall, a sophomore from Marquette. And bib 202, Henry Ackley makes his way to the finish. And Henry's time is a 48.94. 48.94. Up next is 295, Andrew Primo, a junior from UBLT.
Andrew will be followed by Owen Winkleman from Middleton.
And there's Andrew at the head wall.
Andrew skiing for UBLT. He's a junior this year.
And he'll be followed by 229, Owen Winkleman, a freshman from Middleton. Here comes Andrew Primo to the finish. His time, 57.08, 57.08.
On course now, a freshman from Middleton, Owen Winkleman. Owen will be followed by Janko Schuler-Massey from Rice Lake. This is Owen Winkleman coming into view.
And we've got the course crew out there trying to make sure all the gates are doing their job too. Here we go, Owen Winkleman to the finish. And Owen's time is at 48.14, 48.14.
On course now, a sophomore from Rice Lake, Janko Schuler-Massey. And Janko will be followed by Zach Adams, a local skier from La Crosse Schools.
We're watching 254, Janko Schuler-Massey, a sophomore from Rice Lake, on course. In the start, 189, Zach Adams, a freshman from the La Crosse Schools. Oh, Janko had a little bit of trouble, but he's hiking back. And he's going to get a finish for Rice Lake. Here he comes, 254, Janko Schuler-Massey. His time, 1.00.79.
Zach Adams putting a good run together. Zach on his home hill. I have watched Zach grow up since he was a little guy and chasing his brother around this place. And here comes Zach Adams. Zach had a little trouble at the very end.
At bib 189, Zach Adams unfortunately had some trouble there. 189 will be a DNF.
Next up on course from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem, this is Matt Arsenault.
He'll be followed by 236, Mason Vandeyat, a senior from Muskego. And we're looking at Matt Arsenault, a freshman from the Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem team. His first appearance here at the state meet as a freshman. And here he comes, the last few gates. And Matt Arsenault's time is a 56.28, 56.28 for Matt.
On course now, a senior from Muskego, Mason Vandeyat, in bib 236. And Mason will be followed by another Mason, Mason Dorn.
We're approaching the end of our fifth seat of the boys slalom here at Mount La Crosse. At the head wall is Mason Vandeyat from Muskego.
I remember Mason's name from last year, so he's his fourth year here at the state high school racing tournament. And Mason coming hard charging for the bottom of the course here. Here's Mason Vandeyat from Muskego with a time of 50.29. On course now, Mason Dorn, a freshman from West Bend.
And Mason Dorn will be followed by bib 185, Brian Tometz, a junior from Kettle Moraine. And we're looking at Mason Dorn on course. His first meet too, as he is a freshman from West Bend. We have three more racers left in our fifth seed. Here comes Mason Dorn to the finish. Mason's time is a 50.37, 50.37.
On course now, a junior from Kettle Moraine, Brian Tometz in bib 185 as he approaches the head wall here. Gets into the steeper part of this course.
He'll be followed by 244, Brandon Bacon, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Nearing the end of our fifth seed here, we're watching Brian Tometz from Kettle Moraine as he makes his way down the course. Can hear those Kettle Moraine fans out there. And Brian Tometz, a junior from Kettle Moraine, crosses at 53.45. On course now from Rhinelander Northland Pines, Brandon Bacon.
And he'll be followed by our last racer in our fifth seed, Simon Yang. And Brandon Bacon having a little skid out at the top, but he is on course. And our final racer for fifth seed will be 215, Simon Yang from Madison West. Oh, unfortunately, Brandon Bacon had a little problem there. Still got his skis on. And Brandon Bacon is hiking. And we also have Simon Yang coming down the course. And it looks like an overtake for Simon Yang is overtaking Brandon Bacon here. Yep, here comes 215, Simon Yang to the finish. Simon's time is a 50.23, 50.23. We'll have 244, Brandon Bacon finishing up here.
And Brandon's time is a 1.40.64. 1.40.64.
And that concludes our 5th seed of the boys slalom. We'll have a quick slip by our course crew, and we will continue with our 6th seed.
Well, we want to take a moment to thank all of the sponsors that help make this event possible, but certainly our Tier 1 sponsors of LPG Investments and Management. First Supply, Gerhardt's Kitchen and Bath Store, G.A. Larson Company, Matthey Construction Company, along with Explorer Lacrosse. Without the support of those sponsors and all of our sponsors, please take a look through your program and support and thank those sponsors as you see them. And certainly a continued shout out for the entire team here at Mount Lacrosse, Todd and Cindy Shiney, and their entire organization, who hosts the nation's largest ski and snowboard racing championships. There is no larger high school ski and snowboarding championship in the nation than the one that you are attending right now here at beautiful Mount Lacrosse. Our first racer in seed number 6 is in the gate and ready to go. It will be a freshman from Wausau United wearing bib 313. Russell Grant is on course, and Russell will be followed by bib 243, another freshman from Oconomowoc, Kyle Schleve.
And Grant Russell is now on course.
Grant's coming into view across the headwall section here into a little steeper portion of our course.
In the start again is bib 243, Kyle Schleve, a freshman from Oconomowoc. We're looking at freshman Grant Russell on course right now. Just getting into our 6th seed of the boys slalom here at Mount Lacrosse. Remember, we got a lot of racing left today. We still have the boys or girls GS and the boys Super G. Here comes Grant Russell to the finish. His time is a 1.04.95. 1.04.95.
On course and headed our way, a freshman from Oconomowoc, Kyle Schleve. Kyle will be followed by another Kyle Swinehart.
Kyle Schleve having a little trouble doing some hiking now. And we're watching Kyle Schleve, bib 243, on course. And Kyle's back on this slalom course, looking for a finish for his Oconomowoc team. So we're watching Kyle Schleve on course, and we have Kyle Swinehart in the start. Here comes bib 243, Kyle Schleve to the finish. His time, 1.33.33.
On course now, a sophomore from Arrowhead, Kyle Swinehart. Kyle will be followed by Anping Engstrom, a freshman from Waukesha. Got Kyle Swinehart making his way down the bottom of this course. Looks like he's putting together a pretty fast run. Kyle's cooking. He's in from Arrowhead, and he turns in a time of 44.60, 44.60 for Kyle Swinehart. On course now, a freshman from Waukesha, Anping Engstrom.
He'll be followed by 225, Alex Seaborg, a senior from Middleton. And that's Anping Engstrom on the head wall. And we're watching bib 298, Anping Engstrom, a freshman from Waukesha, make his way through this course. And here he comes to the finish. Bib 298, Anping Engstrom finishes with a 56.55. At the head wall, we have Alex Seaborg, a senior from Middleton. He'll be followed by 212, Joe Kugler, a senior from Madison West. Unfortunately, we have bib 225, Alex Seaborg, as a did not finish. 225, Alex Seaborg did not finish.
A little disappointed for Alex. He lost a ski up there on that top section. He'll get back together. He's okay, but just popped a ski off. Next up is a senior from Madison West, Joe Kugler. He's in bib 212. This is Joe Kugler, and Joe will be followed by Kenny Doan, a sophomore from from Badger.
And we're looking at 212, Joe Kugler on course, just clearing the head wall. Joe is a senior from Madison West. And in the start, we have bib 171, Kenny Doan from Badger. Ooh, unfortunately, Joe Kugler took a spill and has a DNF. 212, Joe Kugler did not finish.
On course now, bib 171, a sophomore from Badger, Kenny Doan, making his way towards the head wall.
And we want to make sure that the course is clear for Kenny. Kenny Doan, a sophomore from Badger, on course. And in the start, one of our local racers, 156, Nathan Wintheiser, a sophomore from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
We're watching Kenny Doan, a sophomore from Badger, approach the finish line. And Kenny turns in a time of 52.22. 52.22. On course now, a sophomore from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem, Nathan Wintheiser.
In the start is 191, Liam Dreesen, a freshman from the La Crosse area schools. So we have two local racers in a row here. This is Nathan Wintheiser at the head wall. We're looking at bib 156, Nathan Wintheiser making his way to the finish. And Nathan's time is a 1.04.70.
Up next is a freshman from the La Crosse schools, Liam Dreesen.
Liam will be followed by bib 168, Luke Sunday, a freshman from Ashua Bay. So we've got two freshmen here. This is Liam Dreesen, a freshman from the La Crosse area schools, on course.
Liam staying nice and consistent. He did have a little bit of an oops yesterday, but he's skiing consistently today, and Liam Dreesen crosses the finish line with 1.00.96 in his debut slalom run here at the Wisconsin State Championships. On course now from Ashwa Bay, Luke Sunday.
In the start, we have bib 184, Dylan Soik, a junior from Kettle Moraine, and just clearing the head wall is Luke Sunday from Ashwa Bay. And the Ashwa Bay fans are ringing the cowbells for Luke Sunday as he makes his way to the finish. Here he comes. Bib 168, Luke Sunday's time is a 1.13.64. At the head wall, we're looking at bib 184, Dylan Soik, a junior from Kettle Moraine.
Dylan's going to be followed by Cole Engeldow from Cedarburg. Out in front of us now, Dylan Soik.
And we're about halfway through our sixth seed of the boys slalom. Here comes Dylan Soik, a junior from Kettle Moraine, approaching the finish. And Dylan's time is a 1.00.78.
Headed our way is a junior from Cedarburg. This is Cole Engeldow in bib 178. Cole staying strong in some of those rutted areas there, staying centered. Whoops, and he did get a little bit loose in one of those rutted areas, but Cole Engeldow, disappointed, not injured.
So unfortunately, 178 Cole Engeldow will be a did not finish. Our next racer on course is 233, Charlie Luther. And Charlie is a senior from Muskego. Following Charlie will be 602 Alex Zimmer, a senior from West Bend.
Here comes Charlie Luther. Charlie representing Muskego. Muskego also brings strong racers to the state ski tournament each year. We're watching Charlie Luther head for the finish line, and Charlie's time is 50.61, 50.61 for Charlie Luther. On course now, a senior from West Bend, Alex Zimmer. Alex will be followed by Glenn Waterman, a sophomore from Madison.
At the head wall, we're watching Alex Zimmer, bib 602. In the start, bib 200, Glenn Waterman from Madison Area Co-op. This will be Alex Zimmer's final slalom as he is a senior from West Bend. And here he comes, 602, Alex Zimmer to the finish. Alex's time is a 51.85, 51.85.
On course now, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op, Glenn Waterman. And Glenn will be followed by Emmett Klaus from Marquette. Glenn Waterman comes into view here, and Glenn looks like he is really charging hard as well. We are seeing a little bit of those ruts develop, but he's staying nicely centered. He's got nice angulation on his skis. He's heading in the right direction, no doubt. This is Glenn Waterman from Madison Area Co-op, and Glenn's time is 46.51. On course now, Emmett Klaus.
In the gate, we have bib number 256, Sawyer Bussey, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. On course now is a sophomore from Marquette, Emmett Klaus. That's Emmett Klaus clearing the head wall. In the gate, 256, Sawyer Bussey, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. And we have about 5 racers left in our 6th seed of the boys slalom. And Emmett having a little trouble there. Gonna hike back up so he can get a finish. And Marquette's cheering section, not enough for Emmett Klaus. Unfortunately, 204. Emmett Klaus will be a did not finish. And on course now, we have bib 256, Sawyer Bussey, a senior from Slinger Hartford.
Sawyer will be followed by Jack Grunden from Rice Lake. We're watching Sawyer Bussey from Slinger Hartford. He's a senior this year, skiing at the back part of the 6th seed. Sawyer Bussey comes across the finish line with a time of 52.49. 52.49 on course now, Jack Grunden from Rice Lake.
And in the start, we have bib 216, Jackson Butsky, a freshman from Menominee Falls.
Jack Grunden approaching the head wall area here as he makes the transition onto this bottom part of the course.
At the head wall is Jack Grunden, and in the start gate is 216, Jackson Butsky, both freshmen.
We're watching Jack Grunden from Rice Lake. Jackson, a freshman this year.
And the Rice Lake fans are cheering on Jack Grunden as he finishes with a 1.09.09.
On course now from Menominee Falls, another freshman, Jackson Butsky. Jackson will be followed by Cameron Kaiser, a sophomore from UBLT. Jackson on the front portion of our course here, carrying some nice speed. And he's going to skip back up to a gate that he missed. I'd like to take a minute to shout out to our race administrators, Kathy Freiss and Kelly Satterbach. Another couple people that we could not do this event without. So thank you very much to Kelly Satterbach and Kathy Freiss, our race administrators. Back online now is Jackson Butsky, a freshman from Menominee Falls. He got turned around and he'll turn in a time of 1.09.4. On course now, Cameron Kaiser.
And then Cameron will be followed by bib 304, Riker Cardernis.
And this is Carmen Kaiser headed for the finish line. Carmen's time 1.00.5. On course now, Riker Cardernis from Wanakee.
And following Riker will be our final racer in our 6th seed, bib 245, Lucas Bishop.
And a little factoid, folks, we have just watched 143 boys slalom racers come down this course. So a great field here today of 143 total racers.
Yeah, good start for our 3rd day of the state championship. On course is 304, Riker Cardernis. Riker might be wearing a different number. We'll see when he comes down. Riker is a sophomore from Wanakee.
Riker is in bib 277.
And here he comes. And then in the start gate, we have 245, Lucas Bishop.
We're watching Riker Cardernis come down the line here from Wanakee. Riker charges across the finish line with a time of 59.47. Our last and final racer of this slalom race is on course now. It's Lucas Bishop. He's a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines. He approaches the front part of the course.
And you can hear the cowbells ringing for Lucas Bishop from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
Lucas looks focused here. It's always a tough spot to bring in the last run down the hill, but Lucas looks focused. He's been waiting a while to make this happen. And crossing the finish line for Rhinelander Northland Pines, Lucas Bishop, 56.63. 56.63. That does conclude the boys slalom ski racing here this morning at Mount Lacrosse. Stay tuned as we get ready to ski with our girls here just a little bit later, in that the girls giant slalom inspection is expected to start at approximately 10:45. I don't know what time
Yeah.
it is right now,
Yeah,
but we'll.
we're a little bit behind schedule. It's
Okay.
about 10:35 right now, so we'll let the course crew set this course for the girls GS. Then we'll have inspection. So we'll let you know when the inspection is open and what time the race will start. So stick around. We've got the girls GS coming up, and then this afternoon we have the boys Super G. All right, we have a quick announcement that the girls GS inspection will open at 10:50, 10:50, and the course inspection will close approximately 11:20. So again, girls GS, the inspection will open at 10:50 and close around 11:20. And you ladies will be allowed to slip the course as you inspect. So again, 10:50 to about 11:20, and we're looking at maybe an 11:25-ish girls GS start. So stick around. We've got the worker bees setting the course right now. So girls GS inspection starting at 10:50.
Coaches and athletes, your attention, please. The boys slalom DQs have been posted on the patio area scoreboard near the slopeside grill, posting time of 11:10. The DQ report includes the following bib numbers: 194, 295, 191, 174, 179, 153, 300, 277, 601, 218, 160, and bib 204. Coaches, the protest time will end at 11:25. The DQs have been posted on the scoreboard in the patio area at Mount Lacrosse. I will review the bib numbers one more time. Please listen carefully. 194, 295, 191, 174, 179, 153, 300, 277, 601, 218, 160, 204. Protest time ends at 11:25.
Does your home require a window AC unit to cool spaces during spring and summer? Are you reluctant to start up your home's boiler system in those spring and fall transitional months? Mitsubishi Electric's revolutionary heat pump systems can provide energy-efficient heating and cooling for continuous year-round comfort. Perfect for homes with existing boiler-based central heating systems. Starting a boiler system for the first time in a season requires a lot of energy and time to build heat within the home. The warm days and cold nights of the spring and fall transitional months can spell problems for homeowners, as it's not continuously cold enough to turn on the boiler, leaving homes uncomfortable. When operating, boiler systems burn a fuel, often wood, gas, or oil, to heat water within a closed-loop circulation system. Once the water is heated, an electric pump circulates the hot water to radiators in parts of the home. Boilers work most efficiently when they are continuously heating and moving the hot water throughout the house. Mitsubishi Electric's heat pump technology and our zoned comfort solutions are true dual heating solutions that save energy and can reduce the load requirement of your existing boiler system. adding years of service life before replacement is needed. Our ultra-efficient heat pump systems consist of an indoor air handling unit and an outdoor condensing unit. Together, they work to efficiently transfer the desired cooling energy in the spring and summer, or heating energy in the fall and winter, without burning fossil fuels. For those requiring high-performance heating in even colder temperatures, our expert engineers have developed Hyperheating H2i. Hyperheating H2i uses our enhanced compressor technology to continue extracting heat energy even when the true outdoor temperatures reach below zero. Each system features true air filtration with whisper-quiet operation to improve the air quality of your home, while our no ductwork installation allows you to retain the use of all the windows in your home year-round. For close to 100 years, Mitsubishi Electric has built a global reputation on quality and reliability. Our innovations continue to make cooling and heating more efficient, comfortable, and healthy. For more information on our next-generation heat pump systems, please visit us online at MitsubishiComfort.com. Mitsubishi Electric. Make yourself comfortable.
Hi. Let's do this.
Visit your Kohler Signature store today.
What do a 20-ounce Coca-Cola and a Quick Trip take-home meal have in common? Besides that they're both delicious, they earn you chances to win a brand new Chevy Tahoe in our Coca-Cola Scratch Game. They play the Scratch Game in your Quick Rewards app, and you can win a Chevy Tahoe or other great prizes. Play for free daily in your Quick Rewards app, or purchase any Quick Trip take-home meal, 20-ounce Coca-Cola, or Smart Water to receive even more chances to play and win. Play the Coca-Cola Scratch Game today, and you can eat, drink, and scratch your way behind the wheel of a new Chevy Tahoe.
Coaches and athletes, we are going to close the inspection at this point, please, so we can begin this next race. We're getting ready to ski our girls and giant slalom here. So coaches and racers, if you'd please vacate the course so we can get it striped and get this race started. Inspection has closed.
Hi. I don't know where to start.
Oh yeah, we can help.
Visit your Gerhardt's Kitchen and Bath store today.
Driftless area here in La Crosse, both in the summer and the winter. Keep your eyes on that Jumbotron as they play some videos of the beauty of the La Crosse area. Course inspection is now closed. Coaches and athletes, the inspection portion of this day has closed. Please head to the top of the run so that you can get in run order and start this girls giant slalom race here shortly. Just a reminder that there is some state ski racing championship apparel available for sale in the chalet. There's certainly several items left, and if the item that you want is not there, there will be an opportunity for you to understand how to order those online beginning tomorrow. So if there's something in there that you missed out on, the team inside can help you get to the right website to get that apparel or swag, as we say, ordered up, but there are some items left for you to choose from as well. We want to be sure and recognize the award that went out yesterday, Lifetime Achievement Award for Bill and Cindy Patza. They were representatives of this Lifetime Achievement Award, being recognized for their just incredible dedication, ingenuity, and vision around the development of Alpine Racing in the state of Wisconsin. Bill and Cindy were coaches and team managers and have spent just literally innumerable hours here with the relentless pursuit of making high school ski racing as good as it is in Wisconsin. So we want to be sure and thank Bill and Cindy Patza for the well-deserved WIARA Lifetime Achievement Award that they received yesterday. Bill is out there working today just as hard as he always does. In fact, I think if you look mid-course right now, you'll see Bill in a yellow jacket, tan pants, and a red hat. I think that's him coming down right now. He's been, maybe not, but he's been up and down this mountain many, many times, has a nickname of Mountain Man, and this race wouldn't be the same without him. I don't think that is Bill right now, but we want to be sure and thank him and Cindy for their hard work and dedication to alpine ski racing. We're getting closer to launching our girls giant slalom skiers here. We're getting some forerunners into position to give the athletes and coaches a little pre-look at this course. We're going to be sending some forerunners down shortly. And we do have a forerunner on course as they make their way down in the opener here of the 47th annual Wisconsin High School Ski Racing Championships. Over the head wall, our first forerunner. And our first forerunner of the giant slalom run comes down from the top of the mountain here again, using all of La Crosse's 500 plus vertical feet to drop down the mountain here. So our first forerunner did a nice job. Second forerunner is in queue and on course now. Another forerunner committed to this giant slalom. A little different discipline here than we saw earlier in the slalom race. Wider gates, a little bit of a elongated turn for these racers versus the short, quick turns that you see in the slalom race. So a little different perspective here. And as we go into the boys later this afternoon with Super G, that's about as close to downhill racing as you're going to find in the high school level. Got another forerunner here that looks really committed to this course. Following the line down nicely. Here's one more forerunner. And one more forerunner working her way down the course here. Apologize, we don't know much more about these folks other than their willingness to give it a shot here early on and prepare the course and prepare the coaches and the racers to have a great day here. So another forerunner across the line. I'd like to welcome Amy Schwartz back to the booth. Amy's been announcing this state high school tournament, we figured yesterday, for around 20 years, but we've kind of lost track a bit. I'm a relative newbie to the program here, but Amy keeps me calm and focused and headed in the right direction, and always a pleasure to be here with Amy Schwartz.
And it's great to have Rich Rice in the White House. He's done a great job the last couple of years, and we really appreciate it.
We've got our first racer on course. This is Ellie Seitman. They snuck her in here. She's a junior from Arrowhead wearing bib 12. She's the first official racer of the girls' giant slalom here this morning. Ellie Seitman from Arrowhead coming at us on the front port of this course.
It's actually Ellie Seepman.
Seepman, I'm sorry. And Ellie Seepman goes across the finish line, 37.69, turning in a time for Arrowhead. Next up from La Crosse Schools, Natalie Beck is on course.
And Natalie will be followed by bib 49, Brenna Butler, a junior from Madison West. So a nice start for Ellie Seatman, junior from Arrowhead. And I want to thank all of the people who have helped me throughout this interesting journey of a knee replacement. I got to ride in a little wheelchair, motorized wheelchair thingy out here. It's awesome. It's really much quicker than I was doing with my walker, and I really appreciate Raceler's help, Bill Patz's help. I just met Jed Nestigan. He helped me, and I really appreciate everybody's efforts to get me out to the White House safely. So thank you very much.
We've skipped ahead just a little bit. We've got racer 149, senior from Wauwatosa on course. This is Shay Snyder. She's a senior from Wauwatosa. Shay will be followed by Emma Bailey, a junior from Nicolay Shorewood.
So
we're watching Shay Snyder here out front, senior from Wauwatosa. Shay puts down a nice line and comes to the finish line at 39.66, 39.66.
Yeah, we're not quite sure what happened with Natalie Beck and Brenna Butler, but that was Shay Sidner from Wauwatosa finishing up. Now we have Emma Bailey, a junior from Nicolay Shorewood, on course.
I think I said Snyder. It is Sidner. That's a little bit of a fooler.
That's okay. You like to just flip some letters. That's okay, Rich.
That's all right. Emma Bailey on course now. Bib number 82. She's a junior this year. Emma puts down a nice time at 38.35. On course now, or getting ready to go, I should say. It looks like we're going to have bib 134. This is Davina Anderson, a senior from Ashwa Bay.
And
Whoops, it's not.
No.
It's 81, Isabella Wood. Not sure what happened to Davina, but we've got Isabella Wood on her way, a senior from Muskego.
And Davina had a great day yesterday. I don't know. Hopefully she'll get put back in the run order. But we're looking at Isabella Wood, a senior from Muskego, on course.
Isabella will be followed by Emma Kinneman, a senior from Madison Area Co-op. But this is Isabella Wood here, one of the first few skiers in seed number 1 of the girls' giant slalom this morning, or this afternoon now. Here comes Isabella Wood from Muskego. Isabella's time, 40.41.
And our next racer is bib 44, Emma Kinneman, a senior from Madison Area Co-op. Yep, we have Emma Kinneman on course.
Emma's staying nicely angulated in those big wide GS turns here in the giant slalom. This is Emma Kinneman at the finish line. Her time, 38.93, 38.93.
Our next racer will be 142, bib 142, Ellie Hearn. And Ellie is a freshman. Oh, no, looks like we have 130, Cora Hansen, a sophomore from Wisconsin River Co-op, on course. And she'll be followed by 68, Cameron Worth from Middleton. We're looking at Cora Hansen on course right now. And here she comes.
Wide stance, nice position there for Cora as she comes across the finish line. Turns in a time of 37.59 for the Wisconsin River Co-op. Puts her unofficially in the top spot right now. On course now, we've got Cameron Worth.
Following Cameron will be 116, Megan Hutchins, a senior from West Bend.
Cameron's a sophomore this year at Middleton, and she's in view now. Cameron staying nice and compact, getting down low in those corners, keeping those skis on edge. Cameron Worth charges the finish line. Bib 68 turns in a time of 43.62, 43.62.
And if the run order is correct, we have bib number 116, Megan Hutchins, on course. She's a senior from West Bend.
Megan will be followed by Ava Ludwig from Wanakee. We're watching Megan Hutchins come down the final portion of this course.
And here she comes, Megan Hutchins to the finish. Megan's time is a 38.20, 38.20.
Unofficially pops her into the third position. Behind Megan, we've got Ava Ludwig. Ava Ludwig is a senior from Wanakee. Ava looks like she's got a nice command of this course. She transitioned from the top section down here nicely. Ava looks like she's knocking down a pretty nice run here today.
Bib 32, Monica Warzin from Kettle Moraine is in the start.
Ava Ludwig to the finish line with a time of 37.67. Good run for Ava. Unofficially puts her into the second position.
Bib 32, Monica Warzin, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, is now on course. She'll be followed by another freshman, Bib 141, Grace Hurley, a freshman from Wausau. And we're looking at Monica Warzin making her way through this GS course. She looks good, and the Kettle Moraine fans are fired up here for Monica. Here she comes, Monica Warzin to the finish. Monica's time, 39.40, 39.40.
Unofficially good for a 7th position for Monica. On course now. Grace Hurley has a little trouble. Looks like she's going to be okay. A little skid out there and back to her skis. Unfortunately, Grace will be a DNF for Bib 141. Getting ready to go. And on course now is Annika Nye, a senior from Wausau United.
She'll be followed by another senior, Bib 140, Kate Herring from Homestead. So we're looking at Annika Nye from Wausau United. There she is at the head wall.
There's your favorite horn blower back there, Amy.
I love it.
Make some noise, Mr. Hornman. This is Annika Nye from Wausau United. She's got a little wide there, but she's back on course. Charging the finish line, Annika turns in a time of 41.51. Unofficially puts her in the 10th spot. On course now, Kate Herring.
Bib number 140, Kate Herring, a senior from Homestead, on course. She'll be followed by Bib 71, Monroe Melgus, a senior from Mukwonago. Monroe had a great day yesterday, 2 first-place finishes. So let's see what Monroe can bring after Kate Herring finishes her course. She looks good on the upper portion of the GS.
Kate on the Homestead team, a senior this year. Staying focused all the way to the bottom, and Kate's time, 42.96, 42.96. On course now, as Amy said, Monroe Melgus has had a great weekend so far. She's in from Mukwonago.
And she looks good. A senior from Mukwonago, so this is it. This is her final GS, and she's looking good. Bib number 71, Monroe Melgus to the finish. Monroe's time is a 36.42, 36.42. That's our fastest time so far. So a nice race from Monroe Melgus.
On course now, Lucy Daniels, another senior. She's from the University School of Milwaukee. Wearing bib 101. She's doing a nice job here on the bottom part of this course. We've still got some flat light to contend with, but these girls aren't letting that get in the way of getting down this mountain just as quickly as they can. Lucy Daniels crosses at 40.19.
And our next racer is bib 7, one of our locals, Elizabeth Windheiser, a senior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team.
Elizabeth will be followed by Maria Schwabe from Oconomowoc. On course now, Elizabeth Windheiser from AOWS.
And we're about 3/4 of the way through our first seed of the girls' giant slalom. Here comes Elizabeth Windheiser toward the finish. And here she is. Elizabeth Windheiser's time of 45.63, 45.63.
On course now, and in front of us is Maria Schwabe. She's a junior from Oconomowoc. Wearing bib number 95. Maria's got a really nice line here.
Yep, she looks good. Oconomowoc fans are cheering her on. Maria Schwabe to the finish. Maria's time is a 38.61, 38.61. Yesterday we had a did not start for Harper Navin, so we'll see if she's back today.
Maria nudges in unofficially to the 7th position. We are going to skip Harper and move on to Kate Nahn, a senior from Divine Savior Holy Angels. She's on course. Kate Nahn skiing her final race here for Divine Saviors as a part of their team.
And in the start, we have bib 99, Natalie Nolan, a sophomore from Rice Lake. So again, bib 25, Harper Navin, as it did not start.
And Kate Nahn making her way to the finish line here, staying committed to this race. And Kate's time is 38.71, unofficially 8th position for Kate Nahn. On course now, Natalie Nolan, a sophomore from Rice Lake.
And in the start, we'll have bib 126, Sydney Urban, a senior from Whitefish Bay. At the head wall is Natalie Nolan, a sophomore from Rice Lake.
Natalie be followed by Sydney Urban. Let's keep our eyes on Natalie here as she works her way down this course. The Rice Lake fans are out in full force, cheering on Natalie Nolan. And Natalie's time as she crosses the finish line is 46.55. 46.55. On course now, Sydney Urban, a senior from Whitefish Bay.
She'll be followed by 57, Lauren Kesson from Menominee Falls, and then Sophie Frank from Brookfield East, our final two racers in Seed 1. Here comes Sydney Urban on course.
Once again, all these girls in this first seed doing a really nice job maneuvering their way down this course. Sydney staying on edge as she crosses the finish line for Whitefish Bay with a time of 46.02. On course now, Lauren Kesson, a senior from Menominee Falls.
So we're finishing up with three seniors here. This is Lauren Kesson on course, and in the start is bib 137, Sophie Frank from Brookfield East. Here comes Lauren Kesson. This looks like a fun course, a nice course set. I don't know who set it, but it looks nice.
And they are having fun, it looks like to me as well, Amy. Lauren Kesson crosses at 39.71. 39.71. Our last skier for seed number 1 is on course, and that's Sophie Frank, a senior from Brookfield East.
And there she is at the head wall, Sophie Frank, bib 137, a senior from Brookfield East. And here she comes, bib 137, Sophie Frank, to the finish. And Sophie's time is a 45.12, 45.12, and that concludes our first seed. I guess not. We're going to have another racer. Oh, now we're going to go backtrack a little bit. Bib 49, Brenna Butler is now on course. Brenna Butler, junior from Madison West, is on course.
Brenna Butler was scheduled to ski a little earlier in the seed. Not sure what happened there, but Brenna crosses the line at 38.4, unofficially in the 7th position. One more racer here. I'm guessing this might be Natalie Beck.
Or Davina Anderson.
Well, here it's Davina.
Yep, it's
Good
Davina.
guess.
Yeah.
Amy, 134 is Davina Anderson. She's a senior from Ashwa Bay. We know when the Ashwa Bay skiers are on the course because we can hear their fans. Here comes Davina.
And Davina had a great day yesterday, tied for second in the Super G. So let's see what she can do here in the GS. She was looking good.
She's having a really strong weekend.
And Davina Anderson finishes with a 38.30, 38.30.
And one more racer from that earlier start. This is Ellie Hearn, bib 142.
And Ellie is a freshman from Badger. She did a little hip check there, but she bounced right back up, and Ellie is back on course. Ellie Hearn, just a freshman here from Badger. And Ellie's time is a 38.75, 38.75.
Fast run puts her in the unofficial 11th position for Ellie Hearn. Looks like now we have completed seed number 1, Amy, and we will let our course crew take care of making this course as good as it can be for our racers today, and we'll lead off seed number 2 with Charlotte Matson. All right, we've let off our seed number 2 with our first skier. She's a sophomore from Badger. Charlotte Matson is on course in bib 145. Charlotte will be followed by Cece Gerard, a junior from Madison West. We've got Charlotte Matson approaching the head wall here. She makes that transition on this girls giant slalom course.
In the gate, we have 51, Cece Gerard, a junior from Madison West. And we're watching Charlotte Matson make her way toward the finish. Here she is, 145, Charlotte Matson. Her time is a 39.33, 39.33 for Charlotte.
On course now, Cece Gerard, a junior from Madison West. Behind Cece, we're lining up Maddie Vukovic. She's a senior from Muskego. Here's Cece across the top of the course here and getting into the front part of our course. Some nice wide turns, really staying on angle. She lost a little bit of ground there, but tightened it right back up before the next turn.
Yeah, it looks like a nice clean run here from Cece Gerard, a junior from Madison West. And here she comes.
Cece comes across the finish line with a time of 42.54, 42.54, Cece Gerard.
Now on course is bib 80, Maddie Vukovic, a senior from Muskego. She'll be followed by bib 96, Shelby Erickson, a junior from Rice Lake. There's Maddie at the head wall, Maddie Vukovic, bib 80 on course. Shelby Erickson in the start. And we hear the Muskego cowbells again here for Maddie, her final race here as she is a senior at Muskego. Here comes Maddie Vukovic to the finish. Maddie's time is a 44.09, 44.09.
On course now from Rice Lake, Shelby Erickson. Shelby's a junior this year, and she'll be followed by Ella Scheibel from Arrowhead.
I actually asked it. It's Scheibli.
Scheibli.
Yeah, we're going to get it right today.
But right now we've got Shelby Erickson out front.
And Ella Scheibli in the start. Here comes Shelby Erickson, bib number 96, making her way to the finish. Here she comes, Shelby Erickson. Shelby Erickson's time is a 43.48, 43.48. And here comes Ella Scheibli, a senior from Arrowhead, bib number 11, having a nice run here. Ella Scheibli finishes with a time of 39.25, 39.25.
On course now, a freshman from the University School of Milwaukee, Mia Dar.
And she'll be followed by 112, Izzy Wolf, a senior from Wausau United.
Here's Mia on course, making some nice turns down the steepest part of this course. Staying in a nice tight line, as tight as she can. Freshman this year from the University School of Milwaukee, and Mia Dar crosses at 42.02. On course now is Izzy Wolf, a senior from Wausau.
And in the start is bib 91, Clara Hayes, a senior from Oconomowoc. At the head wall is Izzy Wolf, a senior for Wausau United. And we're listening to the fans cheer Izzy on. Here she comes. Bib 112, Izzy Wolf finishes with a 40.15, 40.15 for Izzy.
Right behind Izzy is a senior from Oconomowoc, Clara Hayes. Clara had a little spin out there and a little bit of trouble, but she's getting back and focused. We're going to need a little bit of a gate repair there from our course officials, but we've got Clara Hayes back on course, a senior from Oconomowoc.
In the start, we have a local racer, bib 40, Elizabeth Tucker, a freshman from the La Crosse area schools. And we're looking at Clara Hayes from Oconomowoc, her final race in the Wisconsin High School State Championships. She's a senior from Oconomowoc. Here comes Clara, bib 91 to the finish. Her time, 58.43, 58.43.
Next up from La Crosse, a freshman this year, Elizabeth Tucker, bib number 40. Looks like we're going to repair that course and get Elizabeth out in just a moment. On course now, our lacrosse skier freshman Elizabeth Tucker, bib number 40, is on course.
And in the start, we have bib 16, Peyton Bradford, a sophomore from Divine Savior Holy Angels. So Elizabeth Tucker making her debut here on the GS course as a freshman from La Crosse area schools. There she is at the head wall, bib number 40, Elizabeth Tucker.
Elizabeth's dad, Dave, is a member of the Mount Lacrosse Ski Patrol, so she's been skiing here for a long time. We're watching Elizabeth Tucker come down the course, a freshman this year, and Elizabeth crosses the line at 46.62, 46.62.
Now on course, we have bib 16, Peyton Bradford.
And she's out in front of us. She'll be followed by Zoe Geronimi. Let's keep our eyes on Divine Savior Holy Angels, Peyton Bradford.
Oops, she got a little wide on that one. She's going to do some hiking. So Peyton Bradford on course, hiking back to that blue gate. In the start, we have bib 139, Zoe Geronimi from Verona. And we have Zoe at the head wall. Here comes Peyton Bradford making her way to the finish. Zoe skidded out a little bit, but she's back on track. And here comes Peyton Bradford to the finish. Peyton's time is a 1.02.47, 1.02.47.
We're watching Zoe Geronimi on course, a senior from Verona. And she's staying nice and low in her tuck as she comes to the finish line with a time of 47.32. Next up is Rita Vavilov, a freshman from Middleton.
And she'll be followed by 26, Hannah Ross, a junior from Franklin.
Out front is Rita Vavilov. Our current leader, Monroe Melgus, with a time of 36.42. This is a freshman from Middleton. This is Rita Vavilov, bib 67.
And here comes Rita to the finish. Her time is a 43.99, 43.99.
On course now, a junior from Franklin, Hannah Ross.
And she'll be followed by bib 136, Megan Dunleavy, an individual racer from Shell Lake. We're watching Hannah Ross on course. In the gate, 136, Megan Dunleavy. Here comes our junior from Franklin, Hannah Ross. Hannah's time is a 43.56, 43.56.
On course now, Megan Dunleavy from Shell Lake. She's a sophomore this year.
And we're hearing the cowbells for Megan here. Megan Dunleavy, bib 136, making her way to the finish. And Megan's time is at 40.35, 40.35.
Nice job for Megan. On course now is a sophomore from GET, skiing as an individual. This is Amelia Dowd.
And in the gate, we'll have bib 43, Isabella Graffin, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op. In front of us now is Amelia Dowd, bib 135, an individual racer from GET. And here comes Amelia Dowd, bib 135 to the finish. And Amelia's time is a 54.83, 54.83 for Amelia.
On course now from the Madison Area Co-op, a senior this year, Isabella Graffin. Isabella comes across the head wall with some nice speed, not giving up much in that transition from top to bottom of this course. This course is skiing really well for these girls today. Everybody seems to be doing a nice job getting through this course. It was well set. Isabella Graffin from Madison Area Co-op crosses at 38.56.
Our next racer, I've been mispronouncing her name for probably 4 years now. Bib 70, Elsie Kametsik from McWanago. I got clarification yesterday. Elsie Kametsik on course.
Elsie Kametsik is a junior this year from McWanago.
And in the start, we have bib 122, Lydia Lim from Whitefish Bay. Here comes Elsie Kametsik to the finish. And her time is a 36.30, 36.30. That puts her in the first position as of now. Nice race by Elsie Kmetzik.
On course now from Whitefish Bay is a sophomore. Pretty special day for her. Not only is she skiing the Alpine Giant Slalom race here, but it's her 16th birthday, ladies and gentlemen. So Lydia Lim skiing hard on her 16th, sweet 16 today for Lydia Lim from Whitefish Bay. All in pink. Happy birthday, Lydia,
Happy
as
birthday.
she crosses the finish line at 43.44.
How fun is that, having a state meet on your birthday?
A local skier next, Emily Bacalar. She's a sophomore at AOWS. She's wearing bib number 1.
Following Emily will be bib 117, Olivia Hutchins, a freshman from West Bend. Here comes Emily Bacalar's toward the last few gates here of this GS course. Emily Bacalar's finishes with a time of 41.16, 41.16.
Nice run for Emily. Up next is Olivia Hutchins, a freshman from West Bend.
In the gate, we'll have bib 88, Ella Pringle, a junior from Nicolay Shorewood.
We're watching Olivia Hutchins here from West Bend.
And this is her first time here for the GS at state. Here comes Olivia.
Putting down a nice run. Olivia crosses at 38.2 for an unofficial 6th position.
On course, we have bib number 88, Ella Pringle from Nicolay Shorewood.
Ella will be followed by Penelope Whiteside, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine. Ella Pringle making her way down the run here.
And we're approaching the end of our second seat of the ladies GS.
This is Ella Pringle charging for the finish line, and Ella puts in a time for Nicolay Shorewood at 42.71. On course now, Penelope Whiteside, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine.
And she'll be followed by bib 56, Taylor Daniels, a senior from Menominee Falls. We're looking
Penelope's having a nice run here as well. A lot of these gals in the second seed are really putting it together here today. Penelope Whiteside from Kettle Moraine and crosses at 41.06.
Our next racer on course is bib 56, Taylor Daniels from Menominee Falls. She'll be followed by 131, Sam Hurling from Wisconsin River Co-op. Taylor Daniels doing a nice job on this course. Looks pretty smooth. A little off balance, but she is back on track. We're watching Taylor Daniels approach the finish. And Taylor's time is a 38.76, 38.76.
On course now, Sam Hurling from Wisconsin River Co-op. She is a junior, and Sam has a little spin out there. Sorry to see that. She'll be followed with the last skier in Seed 2 by Sienna Sandor. Sam did a little hike and is back on course.
Yeah, she came over that head wall pretty fast, but she's back on track now. Bib 131, Sam Hurling.
After that little hoop, she really got back in shape, and Sam crosses the finish line at 47.66, rounding out seed number 2. On course, bib 148, Sienna Sandor, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
And the Ashwa Bay Cowbells are back in action here, cheering on Sienna Sandor, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
She got a little bit in the back seat up on the top part of that course, but I can see she's adjusted her position nicely and is getting back up front where she needs to be. Sienna Sandor heading down with some strong commitment here to this course. She's got a nice angulated edge there. And Sienna Sandor rounds out seed number 2 with a time of 39.99, 39.99. We will take just a moment in between seeds to clear this course and clean it up, send our ever valuable course crew down, and we'll be right back with you. We've got our first racer of seed number 3 on course. This is Ashley Benson, and she's a junior from West Bend, making her way down to the head wall here on this girls' giant slalom course. Here comes Ashley Benson. Ashley will be followed by Liz Chakai from Franklin.
And Ashley Benson looks like she's having a nice run so far. She's bib 113, Ashley Benson on course. Following her will be 22, Liz Chekai, a junior from Franklin. Here comes Ashley Benson to the finish. Ashley's time is at 41.44, 41.44 for Ashley.
On course now, Liz Chakai from Franklin. She's a junior. Liz will be followed by another junior from AOWS, Caroline Clevin. Here comes Liz across the head wall, making that transition.
And in the start again is one of our local racers, bib number 4, Caroline Clevin, a junior from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team.
We're watching Liz Chakai here from Franklin.
Well, maybe we're not. Maybe.
No, we're watching Caroline Clevin. I'm sorry about that one. Wow. All right, Caroline Clevin's time, 47.31, 47.31. And we have Peyton Ross on course now. She's a junior from Wanakee.
And in the start, we have 89, Josie Cargill, a senior from Oconomowoc. We're watching Peyton Ross on course right now, approaching the last few gates of this GS course. Peyton Ross finishes with a time of 45.43, 45.43 for Peyton Ross.
Josie Cargill up next, bib number 89. She's a senior from Oconomowoc.
And in the start will be bib 28, Flynn Gogan from Kettle Moraine. Here she comes, Josie Cargill to the finish, bib 35. Her time is a 43.19, 43.19.
On course now, it's Flynn Gogan, a sophomore from Kettle Moraine.
And in the start, bib 98, Dorothy Grundin, a junior from Rice Lake.
This is Flynn Gogan over the head wall and onto the front part of this GS course, following those blue lines nicely. Making some very calculated turns here, keeping her skis nicely on edge. Flynn Gogan is a sophomore, and she turns in a time for Kettle Moraine of 40.74.
Our next racer is bib number 98, Dorothy Grundin, a junior from Rice Lake. And Dorothy is on course. Just a shout out to our state meet photographer, Steve Davis. He's on hill every day. He's got the green pants on and the huge camera. Takes some beautiful pictures. So look for those photos on Aperture by Steve Davis. You can check it out and buy some beautiful pictures from this race date.
On course now, Dorothy Grundin from Rice Lake, and Dorothy's moving her way towards the finish line. Dorothy turns in a time of 46.07.
Our next racer is bib 87, Grace Optikar, a senior from Nicolay Shorewood. She's at the head wall.
Grace will be followed by Paige Tarkowski, a freshman from Muskego. Looks like Grace had a little trouble there, skidded out on the course, and it appears she has lost a ski. Unfortunately, Grace will be a DNF.
And on course is 78, Paige Tarkowski, a freshman from Muskego.
Paige is in bib number 78. She'll be followed by another freshman from Mukwonago, Reese
Miazga.
Miazga, there we go.
Oh. And it looks like Paige skied out.
So Paige Tarkowski is a DNF as well.
But I wonder, because the panel was off, I don't know. We'll see, and then there might have been an obstruction, so I don't know what's going to happen with Paige, but we'll let you know. Our next racer will be Reese Miazga on course. So we have a slight pause for a little gate repair and to make sure the course is clear.
And on course, and here she comes. We've got our next racer on course, and this is Reese Miazga, a freshman from Mukwonago.
And Reese will be followed by bib 50, Annabelle Cunningham, a sophomore from Madison West.
Coming on the head wall now is Reese Miazga from Mukwonago. That's an announcer's challenge right there.
A lot of syllables there, Rich. Reese Miazga on course, making her way to the finish. Looking good, her freshman year here. And Reese finishes with a 39.42. 39.42.
On course now is Annabelle Cunningham. Annabelle's a sophomore from Madison West. Annabelle will be followed by Katie Delcourt from Divine Savior.
And Annabelle Cunningham clears the head wall. She's a sophomore from Madison West. And doing a nice job on this GS course. Here she comes, bib 50, Annabelle Cunningham. Annabelle's time is a 41.54. 41.54.
On course now from DSHA, Katie Delcourt in bib number 18, and she crosses onto the front pitch here.
In the start, we have bib 146, McKenna Nash, a senior from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
The amount of information that these athletes have to process, Amy, is just off the hook. They've got a lot to think about as they come across this finish line, and Katie Delcourt turns in a time of 40.01, 40.01.
Yeah, ski racing is not just physical, it's completely mental too, and these athletes are doing a great job this weekend. Our next racer is 146, McKenna Nash, on course.
McKenna's a senior this year, and we always know when the Rhinelander folks are skiing because we hear the cowbells in the background.
And we're about halfway through our third seed of the girls GS, the last race for the ladies.
McKenna skiing as an individual here today, so McKenna Nash crosses the finish line with a time of 44.57. 44.57. Over the head wall now is Lily Whitwer, a freshman from Wausau United.
She'll be followed by bib 138, Maggie Gannon, a sophomore from Bayport. And we're looking at Lily Whitwer on course. And here comes Lily, a freshman from Wausau United, finishing with a time of 39.86. 39.86.
Nice run for Lily. On course now is Maggie Gannon, from Bayport. She's a sophomore this year.
She'll be followed by one of our local racers, bib 39, Lauren Tobin, a sophomore from La Crosse area schools.
Maggie is charging hard here. Maggie in from Bayport. And Maggie Gannon's time will be 40.77. 40.77. Again, a local racer, sophomore Lauren Tobin, across the head wall.
And there she is, bib 39, Lauren Tobin, making her way through this course. In the start, we have bib 123, Ella Novinsky, a junior from Whitefish Bay.
We're watching Lauren Tobin out front. Lauren's a sophomore this year. Skiing in her hometown crowd, and across the finish line, Lauren's time, 48.62.
And our next racer is bib 123, Ella Novinsky from Whitefish Bay. Ella is approaching the head wall. And in the start is bib 14, Jordan Young, a freshman from Arrowhead. Ella Novinsky is making her way through this course, a junior from Whitefish Bay.
Ella's got her fans in the house. That's making her go faster, I'm sure. Ella Novinsky charges the finish line with turns in a time of 46.05. On course now from Arrowhead, this is Jordan Young.
And Jordan is doing a great job attacking this course. Looks really, really smooth. Just a freshman from Arrowhead, Jordan Young on course.
Nice angulation throughout this whole course. Jordan's going to have a nice time. 38.62, unofficially 13th position. Up next, Sienna Feltz, a freshman from Wisconsin River Co-op.
In the start, we'll have bib 55, Lauren Bickler, a freshman from Menominee Falls.
And this is Sienna Feltz out front.
So this is our second freshman in a row here. A lot of good, like you said yesterday, Rich, a lot of upcoming good racers, freshman fast. Here
You
comes
bet.
Sienna Feltz. Sienna's time is a 40.19, 40.19 for Sienna.
On course now, a freshman from Menominee Falls, Lauren Bickler in bib 55. She's out front now. Lauren will be followed by another Lauren Welsh from Madison Area Co-op. Lauren Bickler out front now on the course.
And here she comes to the last couple of gates here. Lauren Bickler finishing with a 41.68, 41.68. Now our second Lauren on course, bib 47, Lauren Welsh, a junior from Madison Area Co-op, on course and at the head wall.
And Lauren will be followed by Isabel Werner, a sophomore from the University School of Milwaukee. Right now we're watching Lauren Welsh.
Here she comes, bib 47, Lauren Welsh. And Lauren finishes with a time of 41.37, 41.37.
Isabel Werner is making her way to the top of the head wall here. Takes a little air as she comes into the steepest part of this course.
And in the start, we have bib 144, Elsie Marley, an individual racer from GET.
This is Isabel Werner out front, a sophomore this year, University School of Milwaukee, skiing for her team, bringing in a team score for them, and her time is 41.18.
Our next racer is bib 144, Elsie Marley, a junior from GET. We're watching bib 144, Elsie Marley at the head wall. She's an individual competitor, a junior from GET. And our final racer of the third seed will be bib 66, Morley Schrader, a sophomore from Middleton. We're looking at Elsie Marley make her way through this course. And here she comes. Our Elsie Marley finishes with a time of 59.76, 59.76. And our final racer of the seed is bib 66, Morley Schrader.
Morley's on course and approaching the head wall now. Morley's a sophomore from Middleton. Here comes Morley Schrader out front. And again, as Amy said, Morley will complete seed number 3 here on the Wisconsin State High School Girls Giant Slalom run this morning. Just moving through our seeds here, and Morley's doing a nice job. Morley Schrader from Middleton turns in a time of 42.63, 42.63, and that completes seed number 3 here this afternoon.
Looks like we're going to have another racer.
Looks like we might have had a missed racer. So bib 78 is in queue.
Yeah, that's Paige Tarkowski.
Here comes Paige Tarkowski. She's in the gate. We got a little out of order up there, but we're going to send Paige here in just a moment.
I think she might have gotten a rerun.
This is Paige's rerun.
Yeah.
Good eye.
A good eye. I think that's what happened. I don't know for sure, but because there was an obstruction perhaps when she was coming down. And here she is, bib 78, Paige Tarkowski, a freshman from Muskego, now on course.
I believe we've heard that name before. Is there a boy skier from
Yeah.
the Tarkowski family
Joseph
as well?
Tarkowski,
Joseph
yeah.
Tarkowski. So here comes Paige Tarkowski, a freshman from Muskego.
She looks good.
She really does have a nice line, Amy.
And the Muskego fans are cheering her on here. Paige Tarkowski, a freshman from Muskego. All right, Paige Tarkowski has a nice run of 40.02, 40.02.
And that will complete seed number 3, I believe. It has completed. We have brought 73 skiers down and getting ready to move into seed number 4. We've got Greta Griffith on course, a sophomore from AOWS. She comes across the headline. She's leading off this 4th seed here. Greta Griffith on course, wearing bib 278 from AOWS.
And Greta will be followed by another local racer, Bree Scholl. Here comes Greta Griffith through the last few gates here. Greta is a sophomore this year. And Greta finishes with a time of 46.02, 46.02.
On course now, Bree Scholl, a freshman from La Crosse. And Bree Scholl comes down the front part of this course here, a freshman from La Crosse. Her first Wisconsin High School Championships. And Bree Scholl heads for the finish line for La Crosse and turns in a time of 53.87. On course now is Maya Burdick, a senior from Mukwonago. No, it's not. It's Paige McIntyre, a freshman from Menominee Falls in bib 58. This is Paige McIntyre, another freshman here. Paige from Menominee Falls, and Paige's time, 40.92.
Our next racer will be bib 10, Annalise Hauer, a freshman from Arrowhead. And Annalise is approaching the head wall.
Annalise will be followed by Riley DeVell from Muskego, another freshman. We're watching Annalise Hauer from Arrowhead.
And the Arrowhead fans are cheering her on here. This is Annalise's first appearance here in the GS.
Another strong freshman. Here comes Annalise Hauer across the line at 39.55. Nice showing for Annalise. On course now, Riley DeVell from Muskego.
And in the gate, we have bib 19, Mackenzie Dorr, a junior from Divine Savior Holy Angels. And there's Riley DeVell, bib 75 at the head wall.
That sort of just drops out from underneath you, Amy, as you come across that head wall. It becomes a whole different pitch. It's kind of like jumping into an elevator shaft. Riley DeVell handled it nicely. She's putting a run down here that looks pretty good. Here comes Riley DeVell from Muskego at 41.23. 41.23.
Our next racer is bib number 19, Mackenzie Dorr, a junior from Divine Savior Holy Angels. She'll be followed by bib 53, Estella McMurray, a sophomore from Madison West.
This is Mackenzie Dorr out front. She had a little oops there, just a little slide, but got right back on edge. Mackenzie Dorr's time, 39.28, top 20.
Next up, bib 53, Estella McMurray from Madison West. And in the start, we'll have 128, Anna Glick, a junior from Wisconsin River Co-op.
This is Estella McMurray across the head wall, making that adjustment from a little flatter to a little steeper pitch. Amy, if I was racing, I would absolutely need those blue lines to lead me down the hill because I don't know what to do at each gate. So I would definitely need the blue stripe.
I would always need a blue line to help me follow any ski racing.
No doubt about it. Estella is staying strong and moving down this course nicely. She turns in a time for Madison West of 46.7. 46.7.
Our next racer is bib 128, Anna Glick from Wisconsin River Co-op.
Anna got just a little wide on that corner, but boy, did she get her skis back underneath her quickly to recover from that. She looks like she's skiing really strong today. Again, a junior this year from the Wisconsin River Co-op. Just something about this run that looks like she's really on fire here. Let's see what her time is. And Anna Glick turns in 38.85, another top 20 finish.
Our next racer is bib 86, Lane Hammond, a senior from Nicolay Shorewood. She'll be followed by 106, Harper Brandenburg. And approaching the head wall is Lane Hammond from Nicolay Shorewood.
Lane's a senior this year, so not her first trip to La Crosse.
Here she comes to the finish, bib 86, Lane Hammond. Her time is a 44.05, 44.05.
On course now, a freshman from Wausau United, Harper Brandenburg.
We're about halfway through our fourth seed of the ladies GS.
Harper had a little oops there on the head wall. She's getting some indication that she can climb back to that gate.
And the Wausau United fans are cheering her on. We're watching bib 106, Harper Brandenburg on course. There's my favorite horn sound for Harper Brandenburg, and cowbells galore. Here she comes, 106 Harper Brandenburg, making her way to the finish. And Harper's time after a little hike is 1:06.44, 1:06.44.
On course now, a sophomore from the University School of Milwaukee, Francesca Drope.
In the start is 1:21, Lily Gerzadas, a sophomore from Whitefish Bay. In front of us now is 1:03. I don't know if it's Francesca or Francesca Drope. She is doing a nice job on this GS course. Here she comes, 1:03, Francesca Drope, finishing with a 43.27, 43.27.
On course now, a sophomore from Whitefish Bay, Lily Gerzadas. Lily will be followed by a freshman from Rice Lake, Ellen Gargulik. We're watching Lily Gerzadas here, a sophomore from Whitefish Bay. Continually adjusting for these snow conditions here as she rounds this last corner and crosses the finish line at 44.15. 44.15 on course now, Ellen Gargulik from Rice Lake.
And in the start, well, bib 90, Alana Dvorak, a senior from Oconomowoc. At the head wall, we're looking at Ellen Gargulak, a freshman from Rice Lake. And Ellen is a freshman, bib number 97, doing a nice job today. And here she comes, bib 97, Ellen Gargulak, finishes with a 49.22, 49.22.
Next up, Alana Dvorak, a senior from Oconomowoc. Her last race here, bib number 90.
And she'll be followed by 42, Megan Gabrielsi, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op. Here comes Alana Dvorak, a senior, making her last run here at the state meet. And bib 90, Alana Dvorak, finishes with a 43.41, 43.41.
On course now, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op, Megan Gabrieles, and she is in bib number 42. She's just crossing the head wall now.
She'll be followed by another Megan McKenney from Middleton. We're looking at Megan Gabrielsi from Madison Area Co-op.
Did a nice job of regrouping there after getting in the back seat just a little bit. Got back in position, and she crosses at 38.88. Again, a top 20 finish.
Our next Megan is bib 63, Megan McKenney, a junior from Middleton on course.
Following Megan McKenney will be Madeline Dorn, a senior from West Bend.
And there's Megan McKenney at the head wall. We're approaching the end of our fourth seed of the girls GS, the last race for the ladies.
We're watching Megan McKenney here, a junior from Middleton.
And Megan McKenney finishes with a 44.32, 44.32.
On course now, a senior from West Bend. Just spun out just a little bit. That's Madeline Dorn. We're sorry that happened. Looks like she's okay, just minus a couple of skis.
Yeah, unfortunately, Madeline Dorn will be a DNF.
You see how she trained that ski to come right back to her, though, Amy? That's pretty good.
That is good. Unfortunately, it's a DNF. Not the best way to finish her senior career for West Bend, but she looks like she's okay, and she'll be doing just fine.
As soon as we clear that course, we'll be sending down a junior from Kettle Moraine, Nicole Wallet.
And our last racer for the seed will be bib 27, Josie Sagan, a junior from Franklin.
On course now, bib 31, Nicole Wallet, a junior from Kettle Moraine. She's just off the head wall here. And moving towards the finish line, she'll be followed by a junior from Franklin, Josie Sagan. Right now we're watching Nicole Wallet. Bib 31, she's from Kettle Moraine, and as Nicole approaches the finish line, her time will be 43.43.
Our next racer is bib 27, Josie Sagan, a junior from Franklin, and Josie is on course and approaching the head wall. So she'll round out our fourth seed, bib 27, Josie Sagan on course.
More than 130 girl racers here today, so great competition here at Mount Lacrosse. Josie crosses the finish line, 51.34 for Josie Sagan. We'll take just a brief pause here to slip the course and get ready to lead off with seed number 5. First skier there will be Claire McKinney, a freshman from Madison West.
And here we go with the start of our fifth seed. We have racer bib number 52, Claire McKinney, a freshman from Madison West, on course.
Claire's going to be followed by Solveig Schmidt, a sophomore from West Bend. Claire McKinney working her way down the top part of this course. Her first state high school championships. Freshman from Madison.
In the start, like Rich said, bib 119, Solveig Schmidt, a sophomore from West Bend. And again, another shout out to our awesome photographer, Steve Davis. Go to Aperture by Steve Davis and look at all of his beautiful pictures online. You can order them. You won't be disappointed. Here comes Claire McKinney, and her time is a 53.41, 53.41.
On course now and getting into the front side, here is Solveig Schmidt, a sophomore from West Bend. Solveig will be followed by Annalise Rasmussen from Mukwonago.
Solveig had a good day yesterday. Let's see what she can do with this
She really
GS.
did. She's really hitting this nice, Amy.
Mm-hmm. Looking good. Solveig Schmidt's time, 39.24, 39.24.
Another top 20 finish there. Annalise Rasmussen on course. Annalise is a sophomore from Mukwonago. Annalise will be followed by Eloise Levesque from Franklin.
And there we see Annalise Rasmussen clearing the head wall. As Rich said, in the start gate, we have bib 24, Eloise Levesque from Franklin. Here comes Annalise Rasmussen. Her time, 47.16, 47.16. On course, bib 24, Eloise Levesque from Franklin. Oh, nope, I guess we're moving on to Zoe Morgan, bib 92, on course. She's a freshman from Oconomowoc. There's Zoe at the head wall.
Zoe will be followed by Lucy Sarnowski from Whitefish Bay, but right now we've got out front Zoe Morgan from Franklin. I'm sorry, from Oconomowoc.
And here she comes, a freshman from Oconomowoc, bib 92, Zoe Morgan. Zoe's time is a 46.15, 46.15. On course is bib 125, Lucy Sarnowski, a senior from Whitefish Bay.
Lucy will be followed by Joan Berry from Divine Savior. But we're watching Lucy Sarnowski, a senior from Whitefish Bay, making her final approach here in the Girls Championships of the Giant Slalom. And Lucy crosses at 50.25, 50.25.
Next up is bib 15, Joan Berry, a junior from Divine Savior Holy Angels.
Joan's going to be followed by Skylar Verheyen from Menominee Falls. Joan Berry out front, charging this finish line. Joan crosses for Divine Savior at 40.47, 40.47. On course now is Skylar Verheyen from Menominee Falls.
Skylar will be followed by bib 30, Megan Robertson, a junior from Kettle Moraine.
And Skylar had a little skid out there, unfortunately, and she has lost a ski.
So unfortunately, bib 60, Skylar Verheyen is a did not finish. But she's going to need a little help getting her ski, so thank you to all of our workers, our volunteers for helping out all of our racers. Our next racer is on course, bib 30, Megan Robertson, a junior from Kettle Moraine, and she is at the head wall.
Here comes Megan from Kettle Moraine, Megan Robertson.
In the gate, we have bib 77, Alicia Sennert from Muskego. Here comes Megan Robertson finishing. Her time is a 42.32, 42.32.
On course now, Alicia Sennert, a sophomore from Muskego. She's just approaching the head wall here on this giant slalom course.
We're about halfway through our fifth seed of the girls' GS. In the start is bib 36, Camille Johnson, a freshman from the La Crosse area schools. And unfortunately, Alicia Sennert had a problem very, very similar to Skylar Verheyen's spot, where she lost a ski.
On course now is Camille Johnson, a freshman from the La Crosse schools, bib 36.
And luckily, I think the ski is not going to pose a problem for Camille. Here's Camille Johnson at the head wall.
Camille will be followed by Kaylin Austinson from Rice Lake. We're watching Camille Johnson.
So unfortunately, Alicia Sennert did not finish, but here comes Camille Johnson making her way to the finish. Camille's time is 50.94, 50.94.
If someone from the top corner could help Alicia get her ski back, please, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to come to ski down than to hike up. Thank you to all of our helpers and volunteers.
In the gate, we're holding bib number 89, Camille Johnson, so we can clear this course before we send Camille.
Nope, we already sent Camille.
We did send Camille
we did.
at 50.94. I'm sorry, she's still on the screen, but Kaylin Austinson is on the way. She's a junior from Rice Lake.
Kaylin Austinson on course here. And there's Kaylin Austinson at the head wall. She's bib 100, a junior from Rice Lake. She'll be followed by bib 41, Piper Finley, a senior from Madison Area Co-op. Here comes Kaylin Austinson making her way through this course. And the Rice Lake fans are cheering her on here. Bib 100, Kaylin Austinson finishes with a 51.84, 5184.
On course now, a senior from Madison, Piper Finley. She's from the Madison Area Co-op, making her way down the course. Piper will be followed by Katie Curry from Arrowhead. This is Piper Finley heading for the finish line. Piper's a senior this year, and her time, 41.02.
Next up is a sophomore, Katie Curry, a sophomore from Arrowhead. Here she comes. The Arrowhead fans are cheering her on. Looks like a nice run by bib number 9, Katie Curry from Arrowhead.
And Katie's time is 39.19 for Katie Curry. On course now will be Anna Glazner from Nicolay Shorewood.
And that's Anna Glazner at the head wall. In the gate, we have bib number 107, Julia Hemauer, a freshman from Wausau United. We've got 4 freshmen in a row here.
Here's Anna Glazner from Nicolay Shorewood as she approaches the finish line. And Anna will turn in a time 42.76, 42.76.
On course, 107, Julia Hemauer, freshman from Wausau United. She'll be followed by another freshman, bib 104, Sophia Torres, a freshman from University School of Milwaukee.
We've got our eyes on Julia Hemauer now as she's representing Wausau United. Again, a freshman, as Amy mentioned. We're seeing lots of freshman activity here at this ski championships. And Julia Hemauer's time, 45.72. On course now, Sophia Torres, a freshman from the University School of Milwaukee. Sophia will be followed by Allie Grundahl from the Wisconsin River Co-op. On course now, this is Sophia Torres.
And Sophia Torres, a freshman here, University School of Milwaukee, as she finishes. Sophia's time is a 45.42, 45.42. On course is Allie Grundahl, a freshman from Wisconsin River Co-op.
Allie will be followed by Lainey Riley from Middleton. But we're watching Allie Grundahl now from the Wisconsin River Co-op. She's a freshman. And Allie's time is a 41.5, 41.50.
Our next racer is bib 65, Lainey Riley, a junior from Middleton. She'll be followed by another junior, our final seed 5 racer, Alex Ways from the AOWS squad.
Across the head wall now is Lainey Riley from Middleton.
And here she comes, bib 65, Lainey Riley from Middleton, approaching the finish. And Lainey's time is a 43.28, 43.28. Our final racer in seed 5 is bib number 6, Alex Ways, a junior from AOWS. Here she is at the head wall.
Alex doing a nice job of keeping on edge, driving those edges into each corner. And Alex comes across the finish line for Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem with 49.18. 49.18. It appears that has completed seed number 5. We will take a quick pause and be back with you. Seed number 6, and Allie Wink from Menominee Falls will lead off that seed. We've let off our first racer here, bib 61, a freshman from Menominee Falls. Allie Wink is on course. Leading off seed number 6, Allie will be followed by Emma Ring, a junior from Madison Area Co-op.
And there's Allie Wink at the head wall, bib number 61. Our next racer will be 46, Emma Ring, junior from Madison Area Co-op. She'll be followed by one of our local racers, bib 35, Ava Herlitsky, a junior from the lacrosse schools. Here comes Allie Wink toward the finish. And Allie's time is a 47.05, 47.05. Up next is bib 46, Emma Ring from Madison Area Co-op.
And Emma just crossed over the head wall here and is doing a nice job in seed number 6. Emma's a junior this year. So one more year of state championships for her. And Emma Ring, gets a little toss sideways, but straightens it back up at the finish line for a 41.09. 41.09 for Emma Ring. On course now from lacrosse, it's Ava Herlitsky.
And in the start, we have bib number 8, Valeria Coronado, a freshman from Arrowhead. We're looking at Ava Herlitsky now on course. She's a junior at La Crosse Central High School.
And here comes Ava, making her way to this finish line. And Ava's time is 51.3, 51.30.
And we're looking at Valeria Coronado, bib number 8 from Arrowhead.
Valeria will be followed by Audrey Severson from Aquanago. But we're looking at Valeria, and we hear her fans from Arrowhead making some noise. And Valeria crosses at 39.39. Nice job. Up next is Audrey Severson. Audrey is a freshman from Aquanago.
And she'll be followed by bib 23, Rachel Irie, a junior from Franklin.
This is Audrey Severson hitting the head wall, making that transition from a little flatter part of the course to a little steeper part of the course here in this girls' GS. Her first high school state championships as a freshman. And Audrey lives in that town that I could never live in because I can't spell it. So Audrey Severson heading towards the line, and she puts a team time down from Aquanago at 45.55. 45.55. On course now, Rachel Irie from Franklin. Rachel will be followed by Alexis Smith from AOWS. On the front of the course is Rachel Irie from Franklin.
And like Rich said, in the start gate, we have bib 5, Alexis Smith, a senior from the Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem team. But we are watching Rachel Irie make her way to the finish, a junior from Franklin, bib number 23. And Rachel's time is a 52.47, 52.47.
On course now, a senior from La Crosse, from the La Crosse area, Aquinas, Onalaska West Salem. This is Alexis Smith.
And there she is, clearing the head wall, doing a nice job on this GS course.
Alexis will be followed by Ava Pivahouse from Madison West.
And here comes Alexis Smith making her way through these last gates here. Alexis Smith's time is a 47.04, 47.04.
Ava Pivahouse on course now, a freshman from Madison West. Ava's in bib 54.
And she'll be followed by bib 132, Sophia Hristov, a senior from Wisconsin River Co-op.
We're watching Ava out front here. Doing a nice job working her way down this pitch.
Here she comes, bib 54, a freshman from Madison West, Ava Pivahouse. Ava's time is a 53.68, 53.68.
On course now from the Wisconsin River Co-op, Sophia Hristov. She's a senior this year.
And she'll be followed by bib 29, Carly McCausland, a senior from Kettle Moraine. We're looking at Sophia Hristov clearing the head wall. We're in about halfway through our 6th seed of the ladies GS.
We're watching Sophia Herstoff cross the finish line from the Wisconsin River Co-op. Her time 43.22.
Now on course is bib 29, Carly McCausland. Carly is a senior from Kettle Moraine. She'll be followed by bib 79, Kira Vukovic, another senior from Muskego.
We've got our eyes on Carly McCausland here.
And we're listening to some awesome cowbell from Kettle Moraine fans as Carly McCausland makes her way to the finish. And Carly's time is a 44.17, 44.17.
On course now, a senior from Muskego, Kira Vukovic.
She'll be followed by 93, Isabel Pratt, a sophomore from Oconomowoc. And clearing the head wall, we have bib 79, Kira Vukovic. Lots of good cowbell again for Kira. And the senior from Muskego, Kira Vukovic, finishes with a time of 48.20, 48.20.
On course now, Isabel Pratt, a sophomore from Oconomowoc. Isabel will be followed by Grace Reimers, a senior from Whitefish Bay. Isabel Pratt out front, bib number 93. Here comes Isabel as she rounds these last few gates for Oconomowoc. And Isabel crosses the line with a time of 48.32, 48.32. On course now, Grace Reimers from Whitefish Bay.
And in the start is bib 62, Anuya Mandava, a freshman from Middleton.
Approaching the head walls, Grace Reimers. She's from Whitefish Bay.
And Grace is a senior, and Whitefish Bay is cheering her on here. Bib 124, Grace Reimers from Whitefish Bay makes her way toward the finish and toward the cowbell. And Grace Reimers finishes with a 46.58, 46.68. Up next is 62, Anuaya Mandava, a freshman from Middleton. There she is at the head wall.
Anuya will be followed by Megan Dufek from Nicolay Shorewood. Anuya Mandava on course now, a freshman from Middleton. You know, Amy, each and every one of these kids has trained really hard to be here today, and it shows. Here comes Anuya Mandava across the finish line and turns in a time of 50.51.
And in the start is 84, Megan Dufek, a senior or junior from Nicolay Shorewood. She is on course.
Megan's going to be followed by Amanda Delcour from Divine Savior. We've got eyes on Megan Dufek now from Nicolay Shorewood. As she moves her way towards the finish line, Megan Dufek will cross the line at 46.42.
Next up will be bib 17, Amanda Delcour, a sophomore from Divine Savior Holy Angels. Here she comes down the head wall, clearing it, and our next racer will be 118, Channing Schmidt from West Bend.
This is Amanda Delcour making her way down the course. Nice wide turns for this GS course. Staying in her tuck all the way to the bottom. Amanda Delcour finishes at 43.52. On course now, Channing Schmidt, a sophomore from West Bend. And Channing has a little slide out.
Channing was coming in hot there, rib 118, a sophomore from West Bend. Now she's going to have to do a little hiking to get back to that red gate.
We're nearing the end of our 6th seed here and just about ready to wrap up this girls giant slalom race here today as Channing makes her climb back up to the right gate and continues on.
So nice effort by Channing Schmidt as she hikes and gets a team finish here. Bib 118, Channing Schmidt to the finish. And her time is a 1.13.51. 113.51.
On the run order, at least, Tessa Hobbins is our last racer, but we may have a couple of sneak in there that didn't get to run earlier. She's a sophomore from Wausau United approaching the head wall here. And in theory, could possibly be the last GS racer here today, Amy.
Could
We're
be.
going to keep our eyes on bib 108. This is Tessa Hobbins from Wausau.
108, Channing Schmidt to the finish. And her time is a 1.13.54. 1.13.54. On the run order, at least, Tessa Hobbins is our last racer, but we may have a couple of sneak in there that didn't get to run earlier. She's a sophomore from Wausau United approaching the head wall here. And in theory, could possibly be the last GS racer here today, Amy. Could
We're
be.
going to keep our eyes on bib 108. This is Tessa Hobbins from Wausau.
Yeah, it's been a nice GS race here, and Tessa's going to bring it in. Tessa's time is a 46.20, 46.20. And that looks like the conclusion of the women's GS. We have some awesome times and good finishes here. In 10th place, we had Brenna Butler from Madison West. In 9th, Emma Bailey from Nicolay Shorewood. In 8th, Davina Anderson from Ashwa Bay. A tie for 6th, Olivia Hutchins from West Bend and Megan Hutchins from West Bend. I wonder if they're twins or just sisters or cousins. In 5th place, Ellie Seepman from Arrowhead. In 4th place, Ava Ludwig from Wanakee. 3rd, Cora Hansen, Wisconsin River Co-op. In 2nd place, Monroe Melgus from Mukwonago. And in 1st place, Elsie Kmetzik from Mukwonago. So we've got some top awesome finishes. We'll see how it all shakes out with team results. And of course, these are unofficial at this moment, but that's what we have so far. So we'll get a course set for the boys Super G and an inspection, and then we'll be back for our final race of the state championship meet. All right, our course crew is setting the Super G for the boys as our final race of the day. It's almost 1 o'clock right now. We don't know what time exactly inspection will start, but we'll let you know when we do. And we'll have a 30-minute inspection. And then we'll get going with the boys Super G. Just a reminder that following the Super G, we will have awards in the awards arena over by the Log House. So stick around for awards. We'll do individual awards from the day, and we'll also do team results. So we've got some good racing going on here. It'll be interesting to see how things shake out. So stick around, and we'll be doing the boys Super G and then following it up with awards. Attention, all Super G, boys Super G racers. The course will be set shortly, and we're looking at perhaps starting the inspection around 1:15. Inspection around 1:15. That'll last until 1:45. So we are just a tiny, tiny bit behind schedule that was created, but doing a great job here. So we're looking at perhaps inspection at about 1:15.
Attention, please, coaches and athletes. The DQ referee's report has been posted on the slopeside patio bulletin board. The protest time runs from 12:10 to 12:25. Two bibs involved, bib 91 and bib 100. Repeating, the Super G times have been posted. The Giant Slalom times have been posted. DQs have been posted. Bib 91, bib 100. Attention coaches and athletes, the inspection for the boys Super G is now officially open. Inspection is available and open now from 1:10 to 1:35 with an anticipated race start time of 1:45. The boys Super G inspection is open and you are allowed to slip during this inspection. Coaches and athletes, 1:10 to 1:35 with an approximate start time of 1:45 for the boys Super G. Attention coaches, attention athletes. Course inspection will be closing in approximately 5 minutes. Course inspection for the boys event coming up. Super G will be closing in 5 minutes. Just a couple of reminders, folks. There is still some Wisconsin State High School racing materials for sale in the chalet, and also they can guide you through the ordering process online if there's the item you want is not available. Also, the top finishers do qualify for an all-state jacket, and you can do some fitting and some ordering of that jacket as well if you have a top 6 place holder today at that same merchandise booth in the chalet. We're just a few minutes away from closing inspection here for the boys Super G, so athletes and coaches, please start making your way down. We're approaching the close time of the inspection for the boys Super G. Coaches and athletes, we've just received information from our technical delegate that the course inspection is now closed. Boys, inspection for the Super G is now closed, so coaches and athletes, please make your way to the top of the run so that we can have an on-time start for the boys Super G. Please clear the course as inspection is closed. For those of you that may not have heard, hill inspection has closed. So athletes and coaches, please move your way to the top of the run to begin an on-time start here for this race. We are also painting the course. So athletes and coaches, please move your way off the course. Inspection is closed. Some final preparations underway here for our boys Super G. We're getting some forerunners into position and getting the last details ready to go here as we put our gate judges and referees into position for this Super G event. The final event here at the Wisconsin State High School Ski Championships. We have our first forerunner on course for the boys Super G. Very important part here, this forerunning, just to get a little feel on how the course is going to run. Also, we'll be making some announcements about the Wisconsin All-State team here as this event completes itself. So please, at the award ceremony, be sure that you stick around as we put the top 6 skiers in slalom and GS into the All-State team. Our first forerunner moving down. This is a much faster event here, the boys Super G, and our first forerunner crosses the line. And forerunner number 2 approaching the course, just making sure that things are set properly. Coach is taking a look at how these forerunners maneuver their way through the course and giving their athletes some last-minute tips on how they should be handling this. Also, a part of the inspection process to make sure they select a good line. Second forerunner through the course successfully. Forerunner number 3 on course. As you said earlier, Amy, they do make this look easy, but as this course has widened and steepened a bit, we are going to see some high speeds and fast times here today. And one more additional forerunner coming down. They're starting as high on this mountain as they can at our 5th start. So they have to do a little walk up at the top of the hill. It warms them up a little bit before they get started. They're using all 500 plus feet of vertical drop here at Mount La Crosse in this race. As close to downhill racing as you will see in Wisconsin, and another forerunner successfully across the line. Well, we have our last forerunner coming through, and we're getting set to start our race. Our first racer will be Owen Fenning. He's a freshman in from Kettle Moraine. Owen will be followed by Nick Peterson, junior from Menominee Falls. Those are the first 2 official runners of the first seed. This is a forerunner completing the course here. So those of you that can see the Jumbotron, you'll see that we're looking uphill now on the Jumbotron, and those skiers are going to come into field from your looker's right or screen right. The start is actually above that area, and here comes our first racer through that first corner. This is bib 183. Our leadoff skier here today is Owen Fenning, a freshman from Kettle Moraine.
Our next racer will be bib number 321, Spencer Skellinger, a senior from West Bend. Pardon me, that was incorrect. Our next racer is 221, Nick Peterson, a junior from Menominee Falls.
Owen Fenning's time was 43.86 for Owen Fenning, our number 1 racer. Next up is Nick Peterson. He's on course now, bib 221. Nick's a junior from Menominee Falls. Behind Nick will be Loken Siebert, a senior from Waukesha. Nick Peterson across the finish line with a time of 40.64 for Nick Peterson. On course now, Loken Siebert, a senior from Waukesha.
And Loken will be followed by Josh Hansen, bib 606, a senior from McWanago. We're watching Loken Siebert on course.
Looks like these first few skiers are having a good time on this course, putting down some nice times. Coming down the mountain in 43.32 seconds moves Loken into the second position. Just a few racers in, however. Josh Hansen on course now, a senior from Mukwonago. Josh will be followed by A.J. Gillespie, a senior from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
And we're watching Josh Hansen, a senior from Mukwonago, as he's making his way through this Super G course.
They are really coming down here. There is no doubt about it. They are flying.
And Josh Hansen finishes with a time of 41.64, 41.64. Our next racer is 246 A.J. Gillespie, a senior from Rhinelander Northland Pines, and he is on course.
Unfortunately, 246 A.J. Gillespie did not finish from what we're hearing. And next racer will be bib 612, Roman Westveer.
On course is bib 612, Roman Westveer, a junior from the University School of Milwaukee.
We've got Roman on course. Roman will be followed by Hudson Kranig from Oconomowoc.
I guess our next racer is going to be 206, Henry Ogden. And Henry is a senior from Marquette. He'll be up after Roman Westveer as Roman comes toward the finish. And here's Roman Westveer with a time of 43.90, 43.90.
Now we got just a little bit out of our run order here, but we're back on track with Henry Ogden. This is a senior from Marquette in bib 206. And he'll be followed by Hudson Kranig from Oconomowoc.
Our next racer is going to be 241. And here comes Henry Ogden from Marquette toward the finish. Here he comes. Henry Ogden finishes with a fast time of 40.49, 40.49, currently the fastest run for our Super G.
And next up, Hudson Kranig. And Hudson is a junior from Oconomowoc. Getting him set to go. All right, next up, Hudson Kranig, a junior from Oconomowoc. He's on course. Takes him just a few seconds to make this first corner here as they come from much higher than that other start. It's a big day for Hudson. Not only is Hudson competing in the state Super G, the state finals here, but it's his 17th birthday as well. So let's make some extra loud noise as he skis as a birthday boy here. It's not Sweet 16 for Hudson, it's Sweet 17. And he's making a nice run down the front of this pitch. Hudson Kranig, our birthday boy, crosses the line at 43.6, unofficially in the 5th position.
Happy birthday, Hudson Kranig. Our next racer is going to be bib 228, Griffin Ward. And Griffin is a senior from Middleton. And Griffin has cleared the head wall. Looks pretty good on this Super G course. And here he comes, approaching the finish, Griffin Ward. Griffin's time is a 40.59, 40.59. Our next racer is 258, Leighton Jasperson, a junior from Slinger, Hartford.
Leighton will be followed by William Morgan, a junior from UBLT. On the front of this pitch now is Leighton Jasperson.
And Leighton looks good. It's fun to watch these guys on the Super G.
This is a real fast course today, Amy, and they are really doing a nice job with it, having tons of fun out there. Leighton Jasperson crosses the line at 39.98, pops him up into the number 1 spot.
Has a nice run by Leighton Jasperson from Slinger Hartford. Our next racer is bib number 294, William Morgan. He's a junior from UBLT, and there he is at the head wall.
William will be followed by Spencer Schellinger from West Bend. This is William Morgan from UBLT. He puts in a time of 40.90, good enough for an unofficial 5th position.
Our next racer is bib number 321, Spencer Schellinger. I work with a guy named Nick Schellinger. I don't know if there's a relation here, but Spencer is a senior from West Bend. He is on course and flying through these gates here.
He got a little wide on that one, but he's right back on track. Spencer's a senior this year from West Bend, and his time, 43.78.
Our next racer is 608, Chase Raven, our individual qualifier from Hudson, and Chase is a junior.
Chase will be followed by Reed Schuster from Wanakee. Chase is on the front part of this course. These guys are really ripping today.
And here he comes, Chase Raven to the finish. And Chase's time is a 40.21, currently our second fastest time unofficially.
Reed Schuster on course now. He's a senior from Wanakee, making his way to the head wall. And Alex Weiss will follow him, a junior from Edgewood. This is Reed Schuster online here. He really came in hot across that top pitch and had a little skid out there. And
that's unfortunate.
Unfortunately for Reed Schuster, bib 308 appears to be a DNF. Up next is Alex Weiss, bib 611. He's a junior from Edgewood.
Alex will be followed by 153, Noah Clevin, one of our local racers, senior from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. But we're watching Alex Weiss, a junior from Edgewood, on course.
Unofficially, our current leader, Leighton Jasperson, with a time of 39.98.
And bib number 608, Reed Schuster, I think, did not finish, right? 308. And here we go. Alex Weiss finishes with a 42.84, 42.84.
Putting him unofficially in 8th position. On course now, Noah Clevin from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem. Noah's a senior this year. Noah will be followed by Eric Moore, another lacrosse skier. He's from Lacrosse Schools. Eric's a junior. On course now in front of us is Noah Clevin from Aquinas, Alaska West Salem. Noah's on the home court here, and he screams to the finish line. Turns in a time of 44.28 for Noah Clevin.
Our next racer is bib number 193, Eric Moore, a junior from La Crosse Logan High School. And we want to thank Eric and John Moore for all of his work throughout this season. Here comes Eric over the head wall, looking good on this Super G course.
More Smiles, also one of our key sponsors here. And here comes Eric.
Eric Moore coming to the finish here, and Eric's time is a 41.77, 41.77.
On course now from Madison West, he's a senior, Lucas Weinhold, bib 214.
And in the gate, we'll have 230, Noah Bindis, a junior from Muskego. Noah had a great slalom run earlier today, but let's look at Lucas Weinhold, a senior from Madison West, approaching the finish. And Lucas's time is a 40.32, 40.32, third fastest time so far.
Up next from Muskego, Noah Bindis, and Noah's been skiing well this weekend as well. He's a junior wearing bib number 230.
And Noah will be followed by 603, Will Dorr, senior from Homestead. So we're looking for Noah Bindis. Oh, unfortunately, 230 Noah Bindis did not finish. I guess he popped out of his ski or something. We didn't see it, but Noah Bindis, unfortunately, did not finish.
After we get settled up on the top, we'll be sending our next racer. And that is Will Dorr. Will will be followed by Trip Hillier from Badger, but we're going to have Will in the gate and on the course here shortly.
And we are in the first seat of our boys Super G, our last race of the 2022 Wisconsin High School State Championships for snowboard and skiing. We're about halfway through our first seed.
The 47th Annual State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships, although it was formerly just Ski Championships, and then a guy named Jake Burton came along and invented the snowboard, and lo and behold, now we're racing snowboards. So many, many years of ski racing history and tradition here in Wisconsin. We have 31 ski areas in Wisconsin that have produced these skiers, so we're third in the nation for the amount of ski areas we have, and lots of great little ski areas in this state have produced lots and lots of great racers. On course now, bib 603. He's a senior from Homestead. Will Dorr is making his way to the head wall.
And in the start, we'll have bib 174, Trip Hillier, a freshman from Badger. And we're looking at Will Dorr make his way through this course. Will is a senior from Homestead.
Homestead always brings a strong team to the state championships. They've done well over the years, and Will Dorr puts in a team time of 42.94, unofficially pops him to the 11th position. On course now, Trip Hillier from Badger.
In the start, we'll have bib 158, Alex Doibel, a senior from Arrowhead. And we're looking at Trip Hillier on course, and Trip is a freshman from Badger.
Tripp's keeping a nice line through these bottom set of gates here, and Tripp's time 42.39 nudges him into the 10th spot. On the course now is Alex Dubell from Arrowhead. He's a senior this year, and Alex will be followed by Bergen Brew.
And we're looking at Alex Doibel from Arrowhead now, and we're listening to the cowbells from the Arrowhead fans. This is Alex Doibel's final run here as a senior from Arrowhead.
Boy, he's going to have a nice run, 38.5, that pops him into the number one spot. Nice job for Alex, 38.5.
Our next racer will be Bergen Brew, bib 165.
Bergen will be followed by Tucker Sturm from Madison Area Co-op. On course now, Bergen Brew. He's from Ashwa Bay.
And we're watching Bergen Brew, a junior from Ashwa Bay, as he approaches the finish. And Bergen's time is a 44.92, 44.92.
Good job. And next up, we have Bergen Brew. I'm sorry, we have Tucker Sturm. Bergen just finished. Tucker Sturm, he's a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op.
Tucker will be followed by Matt Gruber, bib 605.
He's got his fans on fire here. He's headed for the finish line with a time of 40.55 for an unofficial 6th position for Tucker Sturm.
Our next racer is bib 605, Matt Gruber, a junior from Whitefish Bay.
Matt will be followed by Sawyer Wozniak, a senior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. We're watching Matt Gruber here from Whitefish Bay. He's taking a nice straight line down the course here, keeping those skis on edge.
Here comes bib 605, Matt Gruber, toward the finish. And Matt's time is a 46.24, 46.24.
On course now from Waukesha Catholic Memorial, Sawyer Wozniak is in a nice tuck and putting his skis on edge as he rounds these gates on the top portion of the course. Sawyer gets a little slide out there on the head wall, but he retains his position nicely, comes screaming into the bottom part of this course. He's a senior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. Looks like he's throwing down a pretty good run. He had a little slide out earlier. Let's see what he's got. Sawyer Wozniak crosses at 40.10 for an unofficial 3rd position.
Nice race by Sawyer Wozniak. Our next racer is bib 250, Arson Chrysler. And Arson is a senior from Rice Lake.
Right behind Arson will be Landon Westfall from Wausau United. We're getting through our first seed here pretty rapidly. A couple of racers left in seed number 1.
And we're looking at Arson Chrysler. We're not sure, but he's a senior from Rice Lake. And he's about to finish the Super G.
Arson's putting down some nice turns there, and Arson crosses at 44.18. 44.18. On course now, Landon Westfall. Landon's from Wausau United, a junior this year.
And to round out our first seed will be James King from Cedarburg in the start.
This is Landon Westfall coming through the course, a junior from Wausau. Landon's putting it down here. He's headed to the bottom and turns in a time of 40.31 for an unofficial 5 position. Last skier in seed number 1 on course from Cedarburg, a senior, James King.
And just a quick reminder, top 6 finishers in Slalom and GS need to stick around for the announcement of the All-State team for the awards. You need to pick up paperwork in the main office. Here comes James King, a senior from Cedarburg.
James rounding out our first seed here. And James in a nice tuck as he approaches the finish line, turns in a time of 44.49. 44.49. It appears we are going to slip this course and jump in with seed number 2 in just a few moments. We'll be leading off seed 2 with Zach Ostrang from Middleton.
We're ready to begin our second seed of the boys Super G. Our first racer will be bib number 224, Zach Ostrang. Zach is a senior from Middleton, and he is now on course.
Zach's going to be followed by Brayson Ham from UBLT.
Oh, looks like Zach is having some trouble at the top of the course here.
It appears that Zach Ostrang has skied off course. We'll see what the decision is here for Zach. Unofficially, it appears that Zach may be a DNF at this point from what we're seeing.
The next racer will be 291, Brayson Ham, a junior from UBLT. Bib number 224, Zach Ostrang. Rich, you're right, as it did not finish. 224 is a DNF.
On course now, he's a junior from UBLT, Brayson Ham.
He'll be followed by bib 306, August Johnson, a senior from Wanakee.
Brayson making his way to the head wall here, that transition. Up and over the head wall he comes and headed down this Super G course. Again, Brayson, a junior from UBLT. And Brayson is smoking towards the finish line, and Brayson's time is 44.28. 44.28.
Our next racer is 306, August Johnson, a senior from Wanakee. He'll be followed by 210, Callum Donovan from Madison West. On course, August Johnson.
August is a senior from Wanakee, and he looks like he's got a nice line as he came across that head wall, staying close to the gates, keeping his skis on edge, doing everything right so far. Looks like Austin may have a pretty good time.
August Johnson making his way to the finish, and August's time is a 39.90. Nice run, 39.90, currently second fastest time unofficially.
Up next is Callum Donovan. He's a sophomore from Madison West. Bib number 210. On to the front course, this is Callum Donovan.
And it looks like 210 or 301. 601, Aiden Sison, as it did not start because he was injured. Now we're looking at Callum Donovan finishing up. Callum's time is a 42.01, 42.01.
The next skier will be bib 301, Jonathan Mercier from Waukesha.
So Aiden Sison, 603, as it did not start. He was injured in the last race. Hopefully he'll be all right. Our next racer, Jonathan Mercier, senior from Waukesha, on course.
Jonathan's keeping things lined up nicely on the top part of this course, staying nice and low in his tuck, keeping his skis on edge. Nice forward position as he comes across that head wall.
Bib 301, Jonathan Mercier doing a nice job on this Super G course. Our next racer will be bib 252, Andrew Nelson, a senior from Rice Lake.
Jonathan's going to have a nice time here. Jonathan's time is 42.29, 42.29.
Up next, 252, Andrew Nelson.
He'll be followed by Hayden Price from Cedarburg. Here comes Andrew Nelson approaching the head wall. Andrew up and over, stays in good position there as he makes that transition.
And the Rice Lake fans are cheering Andrew Nelson on through this Super G course. Bib 252, Andrew Nelson approaching the finish. And Andrew's time is a 43.71, 43.71.
On course now, a senior from Cedarburg, Hayden Price, wearing bib 181.
In the start, we have 314, TJ Sandelski.
You can tell Hayden is setting up those turns nice and early. He begins his transition for the next gate nice and early. Hayden doing a nice job here too. A senior from Cedarburg, his time 42.6, top 20 finish for Hayden Price.
Next up is bib 314, TJ Sandelski. TJ's a freshman from Wausau United.
TJ will be followed by Blake Bentz from Arrowhead. We've got TJ Sandelski out front, one of these hot shoe freshmen here from Wausau. TJ's got a nice line as he approaches the finish and turns in a time of 39.79 for a second place finish unofficially. Good job.
Great run for TJ Sandelski, just a freshman from Wausau United.
On course now, another hot shoe. This is Bentz Blake, senior from Arrowhead.
Oh, shoot. And Blake had a...
Blake Bentz, I'm sorry.
Yep.
Blake had a little spin out there and slides it around and disappointed nonetheless.
But at least he's not injured. He's okay. Blake Bentz, senior from Arrowhead, unfortunately, did not finish.
On course now, we have from Kettle Moraine, a sophomore, Cole Thompson. About midway through or partway through the second seed here as Cole Thompson approaches the midway. Oh, he got skidded out there a little bit and caught a tip. Hopefully he's okay. And bib 186, Cole Thompson, will be a DNF. We're going to hold just a moment for some panel repair. Looks like we have some panel repair. We're going to find a ski. We'll be starting our next racer here momentarily.
And our next racer is one of our local favorites, bib 192, Stefan Kovacs, a sophomore from the La Crosse area schools. Just a quick reminder also that at the end of today's racing, we will do awards in the awards area. Also that any of the top 6 place winners in the slalom and GS should stick around for the announcement of the all-state team. Paperwork can be completed in the race office immediately following the awards. That paperwork needs to be done very, very quickly. So stick around and see how it all shakes out, and we'll have lots of medals and trophies to hand out at the end of this race.
As Amy mentioned, one of our local skiers coming up next, Stefan Kovacs. Stefan born into a skiing family. His mom and dad are very avid skiers and coaches, and we're going to have Stefan here on the course in just a moment. Making sure our course is clear for Stefan. And Stefan is on course, a sophomore from La Crosse Schools. Bib number 192.
Following Stefan will be 201, Lewis Waterman, a junior from the Madison Area Co-op.
Stefan looks like he's doing a nice job on the top part of this course, methodically getting around each gate, skis nicely on edge, stays nice and forward over that transition, just where he needs to be.
And we're looking at Stefan Kovacs as he makes his way through this Super G course. There's a couple gates left, and here he is, Stefan Kovacs to the finish. His time is a 39.89. 39.89 is good enough for third at this moment. Nice job, Stefan.
Lewis Waterman on course now. He's a junior from Madison Area Co-op, wearing bib 201. He comes across the head wall transition with nice speed, keeping some good speed in the lower part of this course. The light conditions certainly haven't changed throughout the day, so we have kept flat light at least as a consistent factor here, and Lewis Waterman's time is 41.88.
Our next racer will be 169, Charlie Robluski from Asheville Bay, and Charlie is a junior, bib 169 on course.
Charlie's going to be followed by a local racer, Patty Gunderson.
And coming into our view is 169, Charlie Robluski, junior from Asheville Bay.
Charlie's been skiing strong all day. He's got these Asheville Bay Cowbell fans trained pretty well. And Charlie crosses the line with a time of 46.44. 46.44.
Up next is one of our locals, bib 152, Patty Gunderson, a freshman from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. There's Patty at the head wall. Patty's doing a nice job here on this Super G course.
These guys like to go fast, there's no doubt about it, and this course lets them do so. Patty crosses the line with 41.47 for an unofficial 15th position. On course next, from Oconomowoc, senior Ethan Harris. Ethan had just a little skid out there. He got back on track, the top part of the course, and he's getting set to come on back down. Ethan from Oconomowoc.
Ethan will be followed by bib 170, Jack Clark, a sophomore from Badger. Here comes Ethan Harris over the head wall, bib number 238. And Ethan Harris makes his way to the finish. Ethan's time is a 46.83, 46.83.
On course now from Badger, he's a sophomore, Jack Clark.
In the gate, we have 6'10", Bodie Stevens, a junior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. Just over the head wall, that's Jack Clark we're watching.
Jack looks like he's going to drop in a nice time here. He had a little trouble up top, but Jack Clark crosses the finish line at 40.82 for a top 20 finish.
And up next is 6'10", Bodie Stevens, a junior from Waukesha Catholic Memorial.
I wonder when they named Bodie if they knew he was going to be a ski racer someday.
Yeah. Yep.
Here's Bodie Stevens on the front part of this course.
We have a couple Bodies here this weekend. Good racing name. Bodie Stevens, bib was 6:10, making his way to the finish. And Bodie's time is a 42.06, 42.06.
On course next, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines, Riley Zarm.
And we're about halfway or 3/4 of the way through our second seed of the Super G. There's Riley Zarm at the head wall.
Riley will be followed by Austin McIntyre from Menominee Falls. Out front's Riley Zarm. Skiing for Rhinelander Northland Pines. And Riley cranks through the finish line and turns in a time of 44.74.
Our next racer is 2:20, Austin McIntyre, a senior from Menominee Falls. He'll be followed by 2:35, Joseph Tarkowski, a senior from Muskego.
Austin McIntyre across the head wall. I'm not sure what kind of speeds they're getting on this course today, but it would not be out of the ordinary to think that they are approaching in the 50 and 60 mile an hour range today. Austin McIntyre making his way down the course turns in a time of 42.61.
Our next racer is 2:35, Joseph Tarkowski, a senior from Muskego. He had a good day yesterday. Let's see what he does in our Super G. He'll be followed by 2:62, Tanner Rosick. And here comes Joseph Tarkowski at the head wall. He looks good.
Joseph's going to have a nice time, it looks like. Coming in from the bottom part of this seed number 2 here, Joseph Tarkowski across the line. 39.99 top 10 finish in the 6th position unofficially.
Our next racer is 2:62, Tanner Rosick, a senior from Slinger, Hartford.
Tanner will be followed by Maxwell Lynch from Verona.
Coming into our view right now is bib 262, Tanner Rosick, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. Maxwell Lynch is in the start. Here comes Tanner Rosick to the finish. Tanner's time is a 44.55, 44.55.
On course now, Maxwell Lynch, a senior from Verona. Max will be followed by a junior from Marquette, Jack Steiner. Here's Maxwell Lynch across the head wall. He's got a nice line.
6:07, Maxwell Lynch making his way toward the finish. Here he comes. Maxwell Lynch finishes with a time of 42.35, 42.35.
Last couple racers of seed number 2 on course now is Jack Steiner, a junior from Marquette.
And Jack will be followed by 6:04, John Egan from Whitefish Bay. Looking at Jack Steiner on course right now.
Jack's got nice angulation on those skis. He's staying low in the crouch. Comes through the finish line at 39.17 for a second place finish for Jack Steiner unofficially. John Egan on course, a sophomore from Whitefish Bay. And John is rounding out the athletes in seed number 2. He's a sophomore from Whitefish Bay coming into view now. This is John Egan. John also putting down a nice run here. He's got some nice position on the skis, and across the line he goes at 44.55. 44.55, that completes seed number 2. We will have our course workers prepare this course and lead you off with seed number 3 in just a few minutes. First skier there is Kyle Wardell, a senior from the Madison Area Co-op. Well, we can't say it enough, but one last and final shout out to all our volunteers here, our course workers, gate judges, all those guys slipping the course. We like to affectionately call them the Carhartt Nation. They come out here and work morning, noon, and night to make this event happen. They're here well before the event starts in the morning and here well after it ends in the afternoon, as well as the days and weeks leading up to the event. So lots and lots of strong volunteer effort here at Mount Lacrosse.
Yeah, we have great volunteers outside and inside, so we want to appreciate and thank everybody who has played a role in the state meet again this year. So we couldn't do it without you. And a great thank you to to Todd and Cindy Shiney, the owners of Mount Lacrosse. A huge thank you to them for allowing the state meet to be held at this beautiful venue.
And the gentleman at the finish line, Mark Hyde, our finish referee, who has sat there diligently throughout this entire tournament in any weather. Appreciate Mark's efforts at the finish line. Our chief gate judges today are Scott Finch and Dan Adams. We've got another racer on course. This is Kyle Wardell leading off seed number 3, bib 199.
And in the start, we have bib 182, Jack Stevens from Cedarburg.
Kyle is on his way here. He's got a nice line, and Kyle's time is 40.98, top 20 finish for Kyle Wardell from Madison.
Now on course is bib 182, Jack Stevens, a senior from Cedarburg. He'll be followed by bib 159, Ryan Getzke, a senior from Arrowhead. So we're looking at Jack Stevens on course.
Once again, Jack is focused and committed to this run, keeping his hands out in front. And Jack crosses the line at 45.13.
Our next racer will be bib 159, Ryan Getzke from Arrowhead. And the Arrowhead crowd comes to life here as Ryan clears the head wall.
Ryan will be followed by Hunter Ott from Slinger Hartford.
And Ryan had a little slide there, but he is back up and he's going to get a finish for this Arrowhead team.
And he comes across the finish line with a time of 41.11, also in the top 20 unofficially.
Our next racer is bib 261, Hunter Ott, a senior from Slinger Hartford.
Hunter's going to be followed by Benedict Althoff from La Crosse Schools.
And at the head wall is 261, Hunter Ott, a senior from Slinger Hartford. We are in the beginning of our third seed of the boys Super G.
And these third seed skiers are taking it just as seriously as they can, and Hunter Ott crosses the finish line.
But it appears that did not get a finish, but they'll go check it and he will get one. I don't know what happened there, but our next racer is 190, Benedict Althoff.
Benedict, a freshman this year from the La Crosse Schools. Benedict is on course. Benedict Althoff is bib 190.
And we'll get you a time for Hunter Ott as soon as we have it. And here we're looking at our next racer, bib 190, Benedict Althoff.
Benedict got a little wide at that top transition, but boy, he sure straightened it up quickly and got back in position. Doesn't appear we're going to have times for Hunter or Benedict here, but we'll get them to you just as soon as we can.
Bib 190, Benedict Althoff, as Rich Rice said, we'll get you his time. We'll also get you Hunter Ott's time as soon as we can. Our next racer should be bib 305, Sam Hogland, from a sophomore from Wanakee. And we're looking at Sam Hogland, bib 305 on course. We think this is Sam Hogland finishing up. Sam Hogland's time is a 39.41. Sam Hogland's time is a 39.41. We think we have James Firkin on course right now. And James is bib number 211. The screen is not correct. We'll see who's coming through here. It was bib 211 that. So we'll get a time for 211, James Firkin, for you in just as soon as we can. In the start, we have bib 176, Lars Matson in the start. In the start gate, we have bib 176, Lars Matson.
So we do have some updated times. Hunter Ott at 41.81. Benedict Eltoff at 42.21. Sam Hoagland at 39.41. And James Firkin at 43.36. And we'll be resuming with bib number 176, Lars Madsen, a junior from Badger.
All right, so we are in the third seed. Got our first 7 racers through. Here's 176, Lars Matson, a junior from Badger on course. He'll be followed by 244, Brandon Bacon, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines. So thank you to our timing experts and our great team of Eddie Overholt and his crew in the log house. Thanks for all your help, and PT Timing too. Here comes Lars Matson toward the head wall.
Lars is going to be followed by Brandon Bacon, but we've got Lars out front now. He's a junior from Badger.
Lars is being motivated by some cowbells here. Lars Matson finishes with a 41.81, 41.81. On course 244, Brandon Bacon from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
And Brandon will be followed by Jacob Zeiser, a senior from UBLT. It's Brandon Bacon approaching the head wall. You know, I just like everything about Bacon, Amy. There's just nothing to not like about Bacon.
There's something wrong if you don't like bacon.
That's right.
And here comes Brandon Bacon, a junior from Rhinelander Northland Pines, to the finish. And Brandon's time is a 44.96, 44.96.
On course now from UBLT, this is Jacob Zeiser.
And every time I say UBLT, I think of a bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich here. Here's Jacob Zeiser clearing the head wall. Here comes 296, Jacob Zeiser, a senior from UBLT, as he finishes. Jacob's time is a 44.81, 44.81.
On course now from Muskego, he's a junior this year, Logan Spadanuda. Logan will be followed by Cullen Sackman from AOWS, one of our local skiers. Logan is out on the front of the course now. He looks like he's got a strong line coming.
Here he comes, Logan Spadanuda. He's a junior from Muskego, and he finishes with a time of 40.51, 40.51, fast enough for 14th at this moment.
Another top 20 finish there for Muskego. Cullen Sackman on course now, a local racer from Aquinas, Onalaska, West Salem. Over the head wall he comes. Cullen will be followed by Simon Bartos, another freshman from Marquette.
Cullen had a nice race yesterday. Let's see what he can do in the Super G.
He looks like he's on fire. Cullen's going to put down a nice line here. Cullen's time, 40.65 for a top 20 finish. 18th position unofficially right now. On course right now, Simon Bartos.
Bib 203, Simon Bartos, a freshman from Marquette, is now on course. He'll be followed by bib 319, Marcus Brightus from West Bend. And there's Simon at the head wall.
About midway through our third seed here. These racers just keep coming at us just as fast as they can. Doing a great job getting them out of the start house up there. Simon Bartos across the line for Marquette at 42.07. 42.07.
Next up, we have bib 319, Marcus Brightus, a junior from West Bend. He'll be followed by bib 187, Michael Warzen, a junior from Kettle Moraine. Here comes Marcus Brightus at the top here by the head wall. Here he comes, bib 319, Marcus Brightus, a junior from West Bend, approaching the finish. And Marcus's time is a 41.42, 41.42.
Marcus will be followed by Michael Warzen from Kettle Moraine.
We have Michael Warzen on course, bib number 187, a junior from Kettle Moraine. Here comes Kettle Moraine's Michael Warzen to the finish. And Michael's time is a 44.78, 44.78.
On deck is Drew Schaefer. And Drew's just going to wait a moment for some panel repair here. As soon as we get the all clear, we'll send Drew.
And again, we want to thank all of our volunteers for helping us out throughout these last 3 days. And just the little things like fixing a gate are really important. Our next racer, again, as Rich said, is 609, Drew Schaefer.
Drew's a junior from Verona, and he'll be followed by Jude Kunkel, a junior from Middleton. We've got Drew Schaefer on course, bib 609. Here comes Drew from Verona across the top of the head wall. Course conditions are changing just a little bit the more skiers we send through that. You can see some of the bouncing and vibration that these athletes have to endure as they make their last couple of turns into the Super G final. And Drew's time, 49.73.
Our next racer is 223, Jude Kunkel, a junior from Middleton. He'll be followed by 219, Cole Clade, a senior from Menominee Falls. Here comes Jude Kunkel over the head wall. It looks like he's attacking this course.
He really is. He had a good weekend. Jude's been skiing strong all weekend. He's a junior from Middleton. And bib 223 across the finish line. Jude Kunkel's time, 40.94.
Our next racer, 219, Cole Clade, a senior from Menominee Falls. We're approaching the last 5 racers of our third seed of the boys Super G.
Cole Clade on course now, making his way down the thunderation portion of this course along our rock wall up there. And across the head wall he comes. He got a little bit sideways there, but he straightened it right back up. We're watching Cole Clade. He's a senior from Menominee Falls. His final trip to the state high school championships. Cole Clade for the finish line. His time is 46.94.
Our next racer is 253, Ben Neubel, a junior from Rice Lake. He'll be followed by 297, Connor Boyle, a sophomore from Waukesha. On course right now is 253, Ben Neubel from Rice Lake. And there's Ben at the head wall. And Rice Lake fans are cheering Ben Neubel on as he approaches the finish. And Ben's time is a 46.28, 46.28. Up next is 297, Connor Boyle, a sophomore from Waukesha.
Connor's going to be followed by Howard Hayes from Oconomowoc. Connor Boyle, a sophomore this year, is on course.
Approaching the head wall is 297, Connor Boyle, a sophomore from Waukesha. In the start, we have bib number 239, Howard Hayes.
Winding down the back part of our third seed here with just a few more racers to go in the third seed, but Connor Boyle crossing the line at 41.60, 41.6.
On course is 239. Howard Hayes, a junior from Oconomowoc.
Howard's going to be followed by Adam Bouch from Wausau. He's a junior. Here's Howard Hayes on the front of the course.
And in the gate, we have 311, Adam Bouch, a junior from Wausau United. Howard Hayes making his way toward the finish, a junior from Oconomowoc. And here he is, bib 239. Howard Hayes finishes with a 47.46, 47.46, knocking a little panel off its pole, but here comes our next racer, 311, Adam Bouch, a junior from Wausau United.
And Adam will be followed by our final seed 3 racer, Race Johnson. Adam's a junior from Wausau United. Coming into the bottom part of this course, let's make a little noise. Adam Bouch crosses at 43.86.
Our last racer of seed number 3 is bib 166, Race Johnson, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. Race is on course, and Race is approaching the head wall.
Race is our final racer in seed number 3. He's a freshman this year.
The Ashwa Bay crowd gets Race fired up here for the finish, and Race's time is a 47.92, 47.92. That brings our third seed to a close, and we'll take a short break to fix some panels, and we'll be back with our fourth seed. Our first racer will be bib 218, Ben Diaz from Menominee Falls.
I'd really like to put out a little thank you to the meet production team of PT Timing, Interstate Sound, and our support from La Crosse County Convention and Visitors Bureau. That, coupled with some of our key sponsors, allows us to put this out on a big screen on a Jumbotron and also out on the internet for those that can't be here today. So lots of corporate support to make this event as big and great as it is. Again, you are attending the largest high school meet in the nation. We do the most starts of any other state as far as our high school ski racing and snowboard racing program goes.
And also, Rich, we want to thank all of our course crew and everybody who has helped make this a great meet. I don't know everybody's name, but I do know some of the key players. We have Bill Patza, Sam Grody. We have great slippers like Andy Soderbach, and we have Fritz Leinfelder and Dan Paulus and Brian Harris. We've got a lot of people that donated their time for this 3-day event, and we really appreciate it. Also, thank you to all of our gate judge volunteers and our referees. Mark Hyde here at the finish. We want to thank Mark, and we want to thank all of our starters. I know that we had Jimmy Neumeister as one of our starters today, and Tim Soderbach, and I'm not quite sure who our starter is right now, but they're doing a great job.
And we've got our first skier of the next seed out. This is Ben Diaz. He's a senior from Menominee Falls.
And Ben will be followed by 231, Rowan Gray, a junior from Muskego.
Want to thank all those parents out there of these ski racers and snowboard racers. You know, there's a lot of early mornings and late nights around the ski hill, and we know that they have to put out a lot of support in order to make this happen as well. So thank you, parents and coaches. Ben Diaz approaching the finish line for Menominee Falls, and Ben's time 43.51.
Up next, 231, Rowan Gray, a junior from Muskego. And there's Rowan at the head wall.
Behind Rowan Gray, we're going to have Carter Wolf staging. He's a sophomore from Wausau. This is Rowan Gray on the course. Rowan's got a nice line here established. Got a little skid out there, but he recovered nicely. Rowan Gray from Muskego crosses at 45.45.
Our next racer is 317, Carter Wolf, sophomore from Wausau United.
He'll be followed by Jackson Whipplefirth from Wanakee.
And at the head wall, we're looking at Carter Wolf, bib number 317, kicking up a little snow there.
He had a little oops there. We'll see what the plan is. It looks like he may be skiing out of the course Carter Wolf unofficially 317. 317 as it did not finish.
Unfortunately, in the speed events, you can't have a pause like that. You have to keep moving, I guess. That's unfortunate for Carter Wolf. He's only a sophomore, though. Hopefully, he'll be back next year.
We're watching Jackson Whipplefirth from Wanakee as Jackson makes his way down the course.
I think his name might be one of the most fun names to say. Jackson Whipplefirth, a sophomore from Wanakee.
Mr. Whipple was a pretty good guy, too. Jackson Whipplefirth crosses at 54.17.
Our next racer is one of our locals, bib 151, Lars Gunderson, a sophomore from the Aquinas on Alaska West Salem team. Let's see what Lars brings to the Super G here. And there he is at the head wall.
These Gunderson brothers love to ski fast. When they're not racing, they're generally skiing awfully fast. And Lars has got a nice line here. He's just a sophomore this year from AOWS, and Lars comes across at 42.37.
Our next racer is bib 179, Maxwell Grubling, and Maxwell is a sophomore from Cedarburg.
Max is on course.
In the start, we have bib 240, Owen Caulfield, a senior from Oconomowoc. Unfortunately, at the headwall, Maxwell Grubling had a problem. And bib 179, unfortunately, is it did not finish.
Waiting to go as soon as the course is clear, Owen Caulfield. He'll be followed by Jimmy Kirschlager from Badger. As soon as we clear this course, next up, Owen Caulfield.
Just a quick announcement, too, that we still have some state apparel for sale in the chalet in the boardroom. Got some T-shirts left and a few sweatshirts. But you can also order your state apparel online starting tomorrow. Go to the state website and you can order anything you want, any size, any color that's available. So if you can't find what you need in the boardroom in the chalet, then you can certainly go online starting tomorrow. I don't know how long the website's open, maybe a couple days, but that's about it. So you can still order if you'd like to support the state meet. And we're back to racing. Bib 240, Owen Caulfield, a senior from Oconomowoc, is now on course. Owen will be followed by bib 175, Jimmy Kirschlager, freshman from Badger. At the head wall is bib 240, Owen Caulfield, a senior from Oconomowoc. We've got some cowbell for Owen here, bringing him to the finish. And Owen Caulfield's time is a 45.67, 4567.
On course now from Badger, Jimmy Kirschlager. He's a freshman this year, wearing bib number 175. Coming on to the head wall now, Jimmy Kirschlager.
We're watching Jimmy Kirschlager on course. In the start, we have 167, Finn Rasmussen from Ashwa Bay. Here comes Jimmy Kirschlager to the finish. Jimmy's time is a 43.50, 43.50.
On course now, Finn Rasmussen. Finn's a junior from Ashwa Bay.
And Finn will be followed by 195, Nathan Bailey, a junior from Madison Area Co-op. Here comes Finn to the head wall, bib 167, Finn Rasmussen on course.
We've got skiers here from the very northern part of the state and the very southern part of the state and everywhere in between, showing Wisconsin's strength in high school ski racing. Finn Rasmussen crosses the line with 47 seconds even.
Next, we have 195, bib 195, Nathan Bailey on course. Nathan is a junior from the Madison Area Co-op, and there he is at the head wall. In the start, we have 255 Gavin Stenseth from Rice Lake.
We're watching Nathan Bailey here. He's a junior coming through our 4th seed. A junior in Madison at the area co-op, 42.81 for Nathan Bailey.
Our next racer is bib number 255 Gavin Stenseth, a sophomore from Rice Lake. Here he comes toward the head wall.
Gavin will be followed by Michael Sachon from Slinger Hartford.
And we're watching 255 Gavin Stenseth make his way toward the finish area. And the Rice Lake sophomore finishes with a 46.03, 46.03.
On course now, hope we're saying this right, Michael Sachon. He's a senior from Slinger Hartford. Skiing bib 257 here, middle of the 4th seed.
And in the start, we have bib number 213, Magnus Oistad, a freshman. Here comes Michael Sichon or Kitchon, I'm not sure. But Michael's time is a 43.53, 43.53.
On course now is Magnus Oistad, freshman from Madison West. Magnus hit that top head wall with some nice air and got back his skis underneath him pretty easily. Stayed in good body position throughout that. He's a freshman this year from Madison West. Magnus's time is 43.75.
Our next racer is bib 302, Jonas Siebert. Jonas is a sophomore from Waukesha.
Jonas will be followed by Quinn Kaiser, a senior from UBLT.
Here comes Jonas Siebert at the head wall, a sophomore from Waukesha. And we are approaching the last 4th of our seed number 4. Here he comes, Jonas Siebert to the finish. Jonas's time is a 46.39, 46.39.
On course now, this is Quinn Kaiser. Quinn is a senior from UBLT.
And in the start, we have bib 208, Ronan Sullivan, a junior from Marquette. Here comes Quinn Kaiser, a senior from UBLT, toward the finish. Here comes Quinn. Quinn Kaiser's time is a 46.50, 46.50.
On course now from Marquette, Ronan Sullivan. He's a junior this year. Looks like Ronan may have missed a gate there. He appears to be out of course, and it appears that Ronan 208 will be a DNF.
Our next racer is bib 188, Wesley Whiteside. He's a freshman from Kettle Moraine. And here comes Wesley on the top part of the course.
Wesley will be followed by a freshman from La Crosse, Zach Adams.
There's bib 188, Wesley Whiteside, a freshman from Kettle Moraine, making his way through the course.
Kind of caught that one gate there just a little bit, but it didn't slow him down too much. Wesley Whiteside continuing to fight for the finish. And as a freshman, he turns in a time of 45.92.
Our next racer is also a freshman, bib 189, Zach Adams from the La Crosse area schools. Here comes Zach at the head wall. And we want to thank Zach's parents for helping out this weekend too. They volunteer, and Jess is also a ski patroller here at Mount La Crosse.
Zach Adams doing a nice job. He had a little trouble earlier in the day, but he's got those back on edge now. Zach turns in a time of 44.63, 44.63 for Zach Adams.
Up next is 318, Andrew Bullock, a senior from West Bend.
Andrew's going to be followed by Nathan Shaw from Middleton. Here comes Andrew towards the head wall, making that transition. They've already been skiing for like 30 seconds before they get to that head wall, so a lot of that run is above us here, Amy. Lots of concentration needed to stay focused for this entire course. Andrew Bullock across the line at 43.68.
Our next racer is 227, Nathan Shaw, a senior from Middleton. And we're approaching the end of our 4th seed. Following Nathan will be Max Rabella.
Got Nathan Shaw just coming to the head wall area, following that thin blue line down the hill.
And the senior from Middleton, Nathan Shaw, bib 227, approaches the finish. And Nathan's time is a 42.47, 42.47. Now on course, bib 162, Max Rabella, junior from Arrowhead.
Max will be followed by Jason Lynn, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines, the last couple skiers in seed number 4 here. Max Rabella comes across the top into the flat bottom part of this course, I should say. It's certainly not flat. Flat light, yes, but it's a steep pitch. Max Rabella staying on edge here. He's a junior from Arrowhead, and Max is going to turn in a time of 41.67. 41.67 on course now is Jason Lynn, and Jason is a freshman from Rhinelander Northern Pines.
Yep, there he is. Here comes Jason Lynn. Clear the course. Oh, looks like Jason will get a rerun there. So we have bib 248, Jason Lynn, the freshman from Rhinelander Northern Pines, getting a rerun for just a slight interference. And we'll get going on that in just a second, as soon as he can get back up.
Well, 248, Jason Lynn, we had a little confusion there. He will be getting a reride in this next seed, but we are setting up seed number 5 to begin running here. We're going to lead that off with Owen Winkleman, bib 229. He's a freshman from Middleton, and he is on course. Coming into the headwall area. Oh, and Owen looks like he lost a ski as he came around the corner there, unfortunately. So bib 229, Owen Winkleman, will be a DNF. Brody Koweski. We're going to give that a shot. Rhinelander Northland Pines on course now. Brody is a freshman this year.
And here he comes into our view. This is bib 247, Brody Kowieski, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines.
247 is on course at 39, 40, and then 217 is also on course.
This is 247. Brody Kowieski, and Brody's time, we're not sure, but we'll get it to you as soon as we can. I think 248, Jason Lynn is getting a rerun. And he might be on course. I'm not sure. We can't tell.
We apologize. We're not certain who this racer is.
It ended with a 7, so maybe that's 217, Will Castillo, sophomore from Menominee Falls. All right, we have some times to announce. We have bib 247, Brody Kowieski with a 46.89. So Brody's was 46.89, and then we had bib 217, Will Cassio with a 46.93, 46.93 for Will.
And if all goes well, we should have bib 185, Brian Tometz, junior from Kettle Moraine, up next. And Brian is on course. Brian will be followed by Jacob Hine, a senior from Muskego. Brian Tometz making his way to the head wall. Again, Brian's a junior from Kettle Moraine. Our current leader, Alex Dweibel, at 38.5 unofficially.
Here comes Brian Tometz, a junior from Kettle Moraine, making his way toward the finish. It's bib number 185. He's our 103rd racer for this race. And Brian Tometz's time is a 48.34, 48.34 for Brian.
On course now from Muskego, Jacob Hine. Jacob makes his way onto the front part of this course. Jacob, a senior this year from Muskego. You can hear those Muskego fans in the background cheering Jacob on, and Jacob crosses the line with a time of 43.42.
And our next racer should be 320, Mason Dorn. And Mason is a freshman from West Bend. He is on course and approaching the head wall. We're looking at Mason Dorn, bib 320.
Mason will be followed by Caleb Montano from Slinger, Hartford. This is Mason Dorn out front. He's another one of those hot shoe freshmen. He's from West Bend, and Mason Dorn crosses with a time of 45.05.
Next up is bib 260, Caleb Montano, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. And we've got a lot of cowbell for Caleb, too. Caleb Montano is on course. And Caleb is at the head wall. Caleb will be followed by bib 196, Hakan Hegland, a freshman from Madison Area Co-op. But here comes Caleb Montano toward the finish. Here he is. Caleb Montano's time is a 44.34, 44.34.
On course now is Hakan Hegland. Hakan is a freshman from the Madison Area Co-op. Into the steepest part of this course, he's skiing it with nice command.
Here comes the freshman from the Madison Area Co-op, Hakan Hegland. His time is a 43.28, 43.28.
On course now from Oconomowoc, Hunter Collins. He's a junior this year.
And he'll be followed by Peter Thompson, bib 194, a local racer. At the head wall is 237, Hunter Collins from Oconomowoc.
Mental toughness and stamina is what it takes to complete this course. Hunter Collins heads to the finish line with a time of 47.8. 47.8.
Next up is bib 194, Peter Thompson, a sophomore from the La Crosse area schools. And there's Peter at the head wall. And we're watching Peter Thompson on course.
Peter's doing a nice job as he brings this one home. Peter Thompson's time, 45.93. Peter Thompson, a sophomore here.
Our next racer, 177, Kian Darling from Cedarburg, is now on course.
Here comes Kian across the top of the pitch here. He's kind of doing a nice job of keeping that line. Gave that gate just a little bang. We'll get that fixed. Kian Darling from Cedarburg turns in a time of 47.11, 47.11.
Our next racer should be bib 300, Nathan McFadden, a junior from Waukesha. And he is approaching the head wall right now. Bib 300, Nathan McFadden on course.
Nathan will be followed by Simon Yang, a senior from Madison West.
Here comes bib 300, Nathan McFadden to the finish. Nathan's time is a 45.43, 45.43.
Simon Yang on course next. Simon is in from Madison West as a senior this year, bib 215. On course in front of us is Simon Yang.
In the start is 295, Andrew Primo, a junior from UBLT. Here comes Simon Yang toward the last few gates of this Super G.
Getting into the middle of our fifth seed here with Simon Yang's time being turned in at 45.37. 45.37.
Now on course, we have bib 215. Nope, sorry, 295. Andrew Primo, a junior from UBLT. And there's Andrew at the head wall.
Andrew's going to be followed by another Andrew, Andrew Meinches from Wanakee.
And here comes our first Andrew, bib 295. Andrew Primo to the finish. Andrew Primo's time is a 48.74, 48.74. Our second Andrew is now on course. This is Andrew Meinches, bib 307, a sophomore from Wanakee at the head wall.
Andrew will be followed by Håkon Anderson from Asheville Bay. We're watching Andrew Meinches from Wanakee come down the course. Andrew's a sophomore this year. These last couple of gates and to the finish with a time of 48.8.
Our next racer will be bib 254, Janko Schuler-Masi, a sophomore from Rice Lake.
And Janko will be followed by Woody Tischer, a freshman from Wausau United.
We're not sure if the visual is correct, if Håkon Anderson is on course. We'll check out this bib number. Lots of good fans, whoever it is. 164, Håkon Anderson to the finish. And Håkon's time is a 54.21, 54.21.
Over the head wall now is Janko Schuler-Masi from Rice Lake. He's a sophomore this year.
And he will be followed by 315, Woody Tischer. Here comes bib 254, Janko Schuler-Masi, finishing with a time of 45.43, 45.43.
On course now from Wausau, Woody Tischer. Woody will be followed by Jack Justice from Arrowhead.
We are approaching the end of our fifth seed. We have 5 racers left. And we're looking at bib 315, Woody Tischer, freshman from Wausau United. Bib 160, Jack Justice is in the start. He is a senior from Arrowhead. Here comes Woody Tischer to the finish. Bib 315. Woody's time is a 49.58, 49.58.
On course now and across the head wall is Jack Tischer, Jack Justice. Jack Justice. Sorry about that. It's going to be a long day. Senior from Arrowhead. This is Jack Justice on course. He's headed for the bottom, and the finish brings Jack a time of 42.16, 42.16.
Our next racer is one of our locals, bib 156, Nathan Wintheiser, a sophomore from Aquinas on Alaska, West Salem.
Waiting to go up top will be Emmett Klaus, a sophomore from Marquette. This is Nathan Wintheiser.
And we have our last 3 racers in seed number 5 of the boys Super G. We're looking at Nathan Wintheiser on course. And this is Nathan Wintheiser finishing with a 49.62, 49.62. We now have a rerun with bib 248, Jason Lynn, a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines on course. This is Jason Lynn for the rerun. Or not, that looked like 204. Emmett Klaus on course. Maybe we were one ahead there. Emmett Klaus finishes with a 45.38. Now we have Jason Lynn, pardon me. Jason Lynn is a freshman from Rhinelander Northland Pines, and he's taking his rerun here. Bib number 248. Here comes Jason Lynn, 248. And Jason has a time of 42.87, 42.87 for Jason Lynn. We are on our final racer for the 5th seed. We have Finn Hillier, a sophomore from Badger, on course. And sorry we got confused when Emmett Klaus was on course, but Emmett did race and he did a nice job. Here comes Finn Hillier, a sophomore from Badger, bib number 173 on course.
Finn Hillier approaching the finish line here from Badger, and Finn's going to turn in a time of 52.96. 52.96. Finn Hillier is our last racer in seed number 5. We'll send our ever available course crew down to make this look good again and lead off with seed 6 in just a few minutes. Number 1 skier there in seed 6, Ben McMeekin. We have our first racer of seed 6 getting ready to come down here. It's a senior from Slinger, Hartford. Bib 259 is Ben McMeekin, and Ben is on course.
And we have Ben McMeekin on course here. He's bib 259, a senior from Slinger, Hartford. There he is at the head wall. He's going to be followed by bib 191, Liam Dreesen, a freshman from the La Crosse area schools.
Watching Ben McMeekin here, a senior from Slinger, making this look pretty easy here as he leads off the 6th seed. And Ben's time, 42.59. 42.59. As Amy said, Liam Dreesen on course now, a freshman from the La Crosse schools, his first trip to the state high school championships.
And Liam will be followed by bib 150, Matt Arsenal, a freshman, also local from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. And there's Liam Dreesen, bib 191, the freshman from the La Crosse area at the head wall.
Shout out to Liam's uncle Brent Brown if you're watching out in Denver, Colorado. Hope you're doing well. This is Liam Dreesen on course, bib 191. Put it down for those strong freshmen. Here comes Liam across the line at 56.49.
Our next racer is bib 150, Matt Arsenal, a freshman from the Aquinas, Alaska West Salem team. And there he is at the head wall. He'll be followed by 168, Luke Sunday, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. And it looks like Matt... I think it's one... That looks like 150, Matt Arsenal. I'm not quite sure what happened here.
191 is finishing. Matt, what did Leo, what did you have? My mistake, I apologize. It was 150.
Yeah. We have Matt Arsenal, unfortunately, a freshman from Ashwa Bay. Or I'm so sorry, Matt Arsenal, the freshman from AWS, is it did not finish. So Matt Arsenal did not finish.
This is 168, Luke Sunday, a freshman from Ashwa Bay.
And in the start is 226, Will Seaborg, a freshman from Middleton. We've got some freshmen here, 4 freshmen in a row.
Luke Sunday with his Ashwa Bay fan club behind him here. And Luke steering for the finish with a time of 1.0343.
And our next racer will be bib 1226. I apologize. 226, Will Seaborg, a freshman from Middleton.
Will's going to be followed by Kenny Doan from Badger. On course now, Will Seaborg.
And there's Will Seaborg at the head wall, a freshman from Middleton, bib 226. Here comes Will. Our freshman from Middleton, Will Seaborg, finishes with a time of 47.55. 47.55.
On course now, Kenny Doan, a sophomore from Badger. Kenny will be followed by Evan Perry, a sophomore from Oconomowoc. This is Kenny Doan over the head wall.
And remember to stick around after the 6th seed finishes racing for the awards ceremony in the finish area. And here we're looking at Kenny Doan, a sophomore from Badger, approaching his finish. And Kenny's time is a 46.54, 46.54 for Kenny Doan.
On course now from Oconomowoc, he's a sophomore, Evan Perry.
And in the start, we'll have bib 200, Glenn Waterman, a sophomore from Madison Area Co-op.
We're watching as Evan Perry approaches the head wall here. It's getting a little bit rutted up there as they make that last corner. You can see those skis bouncing around a little bit, so body position is really important as they come across that head wall.
And here comes bib 242, Evan Perry, approaching the finish. And Evan's time is a 50.27, 50.27.
On course now is Glenn Waterman, a sophomore from the Madison Area Co-op.
And in the start, we'll have 299, Noah Koulis, a senior from Waukesha.
We're watching Glenn Waterman out front doing a nice job here late in the 6th seed. He's keeping them nicely on edge as he comes around these last final gates here for the finish on the boys Super G. 43.03 for Glenn Waterman. On course now, Noah Koulis from Waukesha. Got Noah Koulis approaching the front of the pitch here, staying focused and heading them downhill. Noah's a senior this year from Waukesha. So his final trip down the state tournament trail. And Noah Koulis from Waukesha finishes with a 53.32.
Our next racer is bib 309, Isaac Walters, a sophomore from Wanakee. He'll be followed by 222, Luke Waldhoiter, a senior from Menominee Falls. And coming into our view is Isaac Walters from Wanakee.
It certainly hasn't got any brighter out here for these athletes today, but it's been consistently flat throughout the day. This is Isaac Walters at the finish line, 52.22.
Our next racer is 222, Luke Waldhoiter, and he'll be followed by 233, Charlie Luther, a senior from Muskego.
We've got Luke Waldhoiter from Menominee Falls in the front.
And we are approaching the second half of our seed number 6, winding down the racing for the 2022 State Ski and Snowboard Championship. Here comes Luke Waldhoiter to the finish. And Luke's time is a 49.94. 49.94. Up next is bib 233, Charlie Luther, a senior from Muskego.
Charlie Luther making his way down this run, staying very focused. He's in a nice tuck position throughout these last few gates here, trying to stay as aerodynamic as he can, and Charlie Luther finishes with 46.14.
Our next racer is 209, Alex Brines, it looks like. He's a freshman from Madison West.
Alex will be followed by Cameron Kaiser, a sophomore from UBLT.
So we are watching 209, Alex Brines, a freshman from Madison West, on course. And approaching the finish now. 209's time. Alex Brines is a 44.90, 44.90.
On course now, Carmen Kaiser. Carmen's a sophomore from UBLT, and Cameron will be followed by Lucas Bishop. This is Cameron Kaiser.
We're watching bib 292, Cameron Kaiser, a sophomore from UBLT, make his way toward the finish. Like Rich said, our next racer will be 245, Lucas Bishop, a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines. Here comes Cameron Kaiser to the finish. His time is a 51.23, 51.23 for Cameron.
On course now, Lucas Bishop. Lucas is a sophomore from Rhinelander Northland Pines. We always know when the Rhinelander guys are skiing because the cowbells light right up. Make some noise, Rhinelander fans. Here comes Lucas Bishop.
The light might be flat, but the spirits are not. Here we are with our final 6 seed of racers. We're watching Lucas Bishop on course.
And Lucas has got some nice heat coming into this final match. 45.44 for Lucas.
Our next
Bishop.
racer is 251, Jack Grunden, a freshman from Rice Lake.
Jack's going to be followed by Grant Russell from Wausau United.
Just into the head wall, we have 251, Jack Grunden, a freshman from Rice Lake. We have Grant Russell in the start. Grant Russell, a freshman from Wausau United. Here comes bib 251, Jack Grunden, a freshman from Rice Lake, approaching his finish. And Jack's time is a 56.65, 56.65.
On course now, Grant Russell from Wausau United. Grant's a freshman this year in bib number 313.
And Grant will be followed by bib 184, Dylan Soik, a junior from Kettle Moraine.
Grant staying nice and low and getting in that tuck position as he crosses the line with a time of 48.97.
Our next racer is bib number 184, Dylan Soik, a junior from Kettle Moraine. And we are down to our last 5 racers for the 2022 State Ski and Snowboard Championship. Here comes Dylan Soik, bib 184 at the head wall.
Dylan's a junior this year, in from Kettle Moraine High School.
We still have cowbell here. Dylan Soik to the finish, and Dylan's time is a 48.64, 48.64.
On course now, a junior from Marquette, Henry Mertz, wearing bib 205.
And there's Henry Mertz at the head wall, bib 205. Our next racer will be 602, Alex Zimmer, a senior from West Bend.
We're watching Henry Mertz approach the finish line in a tuck. He's getting down low, making it happen. 44.92 for Henry Mertz.
Our next racer is 602, Alex Zimmer, a senior from West Bend.
And Alex will be followed by Cole Engeldow from Cedarburg. It looks like Alex has had a little oops and came out of the course.
Hopefully he's not injured, but he did lose a ski or two. So unfortunately, Alex Zimmer, a senior from West Bend, will be a DNF. So our next racer should be 178, Cole Engeldow, a junior from Cedarburg. And then our last racer, 161, Ryan Patterson from Arrowhead.
On course now from Cedarburg. Again, he's a junior wearing bib 178. On the way is Cole Engeldow.
And he'll be followed by 161, Ryan Patterson, a junior from Arrowhead. Our last 2 racers of the day and of the entire state meet. Here's Cole Engeldow at the head wall.
Remember, everyone, award ceremony to follow shortly after this race in the podium area. We'll be doing the team results as well as the individual skier results following this race.
So stick around. Here comes Cole Engeldow, a junior from Cedarburg. And Cole finishes with a 49.65, 49.65. We have our last racer on course, bib 161, Ryan Patterson, a junior from Arrowhead. He'll be our final racer for the state meet.
Closing out our 47th year here in high school racing in Wisconsin, our last racer of the day, Ryan Patterson from Arrowhead, crosses the line with a time of 41.66. 41.66.
A really nice run by Ryan Patterson from Arrowhead. And like Rich Rice said, stick around. We have awards to be presented, medals and trophies. And we'll just kind of recap the standings for the boys Super G. We will award medals to the top 5, but I'll announce the top 10. In 10th, Chase Raven from Hudson. In 9th, Sawyer Wozniak from Waukesha Catholic Memorial. In 8th, Joseph Tarkowski from Muskego. 7th place, Leighton Jasperson from Slinger Hartford. In 6th, August Johnson from Waunakee. In 5th, Stefan Kovacs from the La Crosse Area Schools. In 4th, TJ Sandelski from Wausau United. In 3rd, Sam Hoagland from Waunakee. In 2nd, Jack Steiner from Marquette. And in 1st place, Alex Doible from Arrowhead. Of course, these are not official quite yet, but those are our top 10 racers. And like Rich said, we are going to stick around for awards and come out to the finish area in just a little bit, and we'll have trophies and medals to present to our winners. So thanks for coming out to the 2022 State High School Ski and Snowboard Championships. It's been a pleasure working with you, Rich Rice. And
a pleasure working with you, Amy Schwartz. It's just always a blast up here. You are calm beyond belief when the thing goes bad. So, Amy's been here a long time. We appreciate all of you and for your attendance and your support, and certainly want to thank Mount La Crosse for hosting another great event. 47 years in, we'll see you back here next year at the State High School Championships.
And thanks again to all the parents and fans and friends and all of our volunteers. You're awesome. Thanks for all of your help. And one last announcement, we have no DQs to announce for the boys Super G. No DQs to announce.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the award ceremony for the 2022 WIARA Wisconsin Interscholastic Alpine Ski Racing Championships here at Mount Lacrosse. My name is Rich Rice, and I am honored to do the award ceremony here today. I just want to take a minute and let you know that every single racer that came down this mountain today made just as many turns and worked just as hard as the leaderboard here. So let's do a big round of applause for each and every racer that raced today here at Mount Lacrosse. They train just as hard, they listen to their coaches, and they are hard-working racers. We're going to award some of these top 5 racers, but every single racer worked extremely hard to be here today, and we are proud of each and every one of you. Without any further ado, we're going to introduce the individual winners in the boys slalom contest here this morning. Leading off in 5th position from Marquette with a time of 39.80. Let's make some noise for Jack Steiner. We're going to keep this moving here. Congratulations, Jack. In 4th position, he's a junior from Hudson with a time of 39.71. Just 9/10 of a second between those two guys. Let's welcome Chase Raven. Not a lot of time between all of these guys. It was a very tight race in the boys slalom. They made it look really easy. He's a senior from Arrowhead, taking 3rd position, 39.34, Blake Bentz. In 2nd position with a time of 38.56. He's a senior this year from Arrowhead. Let's give it up for Alex Dobell. Doibel, there we go. Doibel, I got it right finally. Long day, lots of names. And finally, in 1st position for the 2022 Slalom Boys Champion from Muskego. He's a junior this year, Noah Bindas. Great work to our 5 slalom champions here. Take your pictures, friends and fans, and we'll get on to the next award here. One more time, a big round of applause for our boys slalom winners, 1 through 5. Thanks, guys. Next up in our girls giant slalom race. A tough and hard weekend for all of these gals. They've been working really hard. In 5th position, she's a junior this year from Arrowhead with a 37.69 time. Let's make some noise for Ellie Seipman. In 4th position, a senior from Wanakee with a time of 37.67, 2 100ths between these two, Ava Ludwig. In 3rd position, with a time of 37.59, a sophomore this year from Wisconsin River Co-op. Give it up for Cora Hansen. In 2nd position, with not much time in between these ladies either, she's a senior this year from Mukwonago. This is Monroe Melgus. And the #1 girl giant slalom racer in the state of Wisconsin 2022 from Mukwonago, a junior, Elsie Kametsik. All right, let's snap some pictures of these award winners. Great job, ladies. You have all made your hometowns proud, your high schools proud, and your local ski hill proud. So good for you. And great racing here today at Mount Lacrosse. Next up from our boys Super G. That's where they really let them run here today. They had a great time out there on a fast course. And Sorry, folks, for just a brief confusion. We're going to send our chief judge back in and get some confirmation here. Okay, we've got it here. I'm sorry. I'll read it right off the phone. Our boys Super G finalist in 5th position with a time of 39.89 from La Crosse Schools, Stefan Kovacs. In our boys Super G final, he's a freshman this year from Wausau United. Lots of good skiing to come from him in the next few years. Let's welcome TJ Sondelski. In 3rd position, a sophomore from Wanakee with a time of 39.41. Let's make some noise for Sam Hogland. We need a lot of love in this place, there's no doubt about it. In 2nd position, from Marquette, he's a junior this year with a time of 39.17 in the boys Super G. Let's make some noise for Jack Steiner. And the #1 racer in the Super G contest here today, he's a senior from Arrowhead with a time of 38.50, Alex Dweibel. Okay, let's take some pictures of these good-looking guys here, and we'll move on to our girls' combined results. All right, next up, our girls' combined results. This is where we take all 3 times, Super G, Slalom, and GS, and put you in a combined position to take 5th position. Let's give it up from Ashwa Bay. Make some noise for Davina Anderson. Good work out there, Davina. Next up in the 4th position, she's a senior from West Bend. She turned in some great times to be in this combined position. Let's make some noise for Megan Hutchins. In 3rd position in the girls combined, from the Wisconsin River Co-op, a sophomore, Cora Hansen. This was a very, very tight race. And in the 2nd position, a junior from Mukwonago. We've heard her name before today, Elsie Kamitsek. And last up, #1 position in the girls combined in the state of Wisconsin, a senior from Mukwonago, Monroe Melgus. Some great competitors there, some great skiing from these ladies. Let's give them one big round of applause. Make them smile for those pictures. These are our girls combined winners. And next up, we're going to bring those boys combined skiers in. And next up, we're going to announce the boys ski combined team scores. In the 5th position with total points of 438. 5th place, Badger. Let's bring Team Badger up here. let's give the Badger folks a big round of applause. Let's warm them up a little bit. And next up, in fourth position on the girls' side for the combined team scores with points of 289. It's my pleasure to bring you the Wisconsin River Co-op in the fourth position. All right, let's give these guys some applause here. Warm them up just a little bit. Next up on the boys' side, in fourth position with points of 364, this is the Madison Area Co-op up next. Madison Area Co-op. All right, next up in the girls' combined results. And these folks can come on up and get a trophy as well with points of 248. They put in a great showing here today on the girls' side. In third position, DSHA, Divine Savior, Holy Angels. There's some big smiles there from the Divine Savior folks. Great job. Next up, in third position on the boys' side, combined team scores with a total of 356 points. I'm pleased to announce the third position goes to Team Muskego. All right, great work. We're going back over the girls this time in the number 2 position in the combined team scores with points of 245. Let's make some noise for Team West Bend.
look at how orderly they come in, all in single file, following the rules. Nicely done. And their hard-working coaching staff coming in as well. Well, we're shooting some pictures here. How about we do a round of applause for our hard-working coaches here? Each and every one of you coaches has got a special interest in each and every one of these racers, and we can't do it without you. So, coaches, thanks for all your hard work as well. There's some great smiles from our West Bend folks. Let's give them a round of applause. In second position on the boys' side with 309 points, the second place finisher in the boys' combined team scores. Let's give some applause to Marquette, Team Marquette. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the girls' combined team scores, the #1 team in the state of Wisconsin in high school ski racing, I am pleased to announce, with points of 190, let's give it up for Arrowhead. Great job to Team Arrowhead. Let's make some noise for Arrowhead. And next up, in position #1 in the combined team scores on the boys' side, I think we're seeing a little trend here, but let's make some noise for Arrowhead. So does anybody know, do the Arrowhead guys bring a trailer to bring all this hardware home, or how does that all work? Guys and girls together, good work for Arrowhead. Let's. Yeah, you guys used to being up there yet? All right, Arrowhead, good work for our team racers. We have one more award here, folks. So hold on a second, girl. We'll do that afterwards. How about? All right, next up, I'm going to introduce Rod Olson from our northern representative here to the WIARA, and he's going to tell you about our national team folks. Here you go.
Hi, everybody. First of all, I'm Rod Olson. I'm directing the Eastern Regional Championship Team Wisconsin team this year. We've had some few challenges. You know, last year, COVID and the cold temperatures. Trip was canceled last year. This year it's back on. There's some differences in travel, but we're going to announce the team. Now, we do need to have full teams. So we need that close? Closer? All right. All right, so back to my speech. Lost track there. We need full teams of 12 and 12 to make it happen, right? If we don't, we go out there and then we don't score the right amount of points. So it is very important that you commit by Wednesday. One, we got to have the money to send out there and arrange some of those trips. And the other part is we want to solidify enough time for whoever is picked as an alternate to also make arrangements for travel and getting out there. First of all, I want to introduce who's going to be our head coach out there this year. It's George Lumens. A lot of you know him. We do need, because of some scheduling with JOs and other constraints, we are in need of another coach. So if there's anyone that is interested in going, you're a level 100 coach or you've passed background test, through your school, please let either myself or George know, and we'll get you acquainted with what's happening there. So here's how this works. We try to do the best we can at picking the top-seeded or top-placing racers in the tech events, the giant slalom and the slalom. So we pick 6 from giant slalom, then go to slalom, and then go back to giant slalom to fill the rest of the team with alternates or picks, and then we use Super G as we get on down the list. So it gets a little complicated. If you're an alternate, stand close the next few days. Fill out the paperwork anyways. If you go into the race office, there's paperwork out there you need to fill, as well as try on a jacket. So, to start out, Elsie Kamitsik is our number 1 pick, qualifying in giant slalom. Number 2 is Monroe Melgus. Yeah, everybody come on up, alternates as well. Number 3 is Laura Hansen. Cora Hansen. Number 4 is Ava Ludwig. Number 5 is Ellie Siepman. Number 6 and number 6 are 2 sisters that tied in giant slalom right down to the end, which is amazing. I wish that they were twins because we could get a good TV show out of this. But the Hutchin girls, Megan and Olivia. We also are going to throw in another pick. From time to time, we have some force majeure, meaning that it prevents somebody from being able to compete, but that their criteria, their scores within their conferences, USSA points, or qualifying for the team before will allow them to be named to the team. And Harper Navin right now is going to be on the team as long as she passes her concussion protocol in the next few days. All right, now I got to flip the page to do who made it from slalom. That's not a repeat. So also qualifying, Peyton Bradford. Grace Hurley. Jordan Young. And Lauren Kesson. And Emma Bailey. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, Emma Bailey. Okay, and then we pick the alternates. We get with Davina Anderson. Another alternate, Sam Hurling. Kate Nahn. And Annalise Hauer. Now, ladies, please let us know if you cannot make it. If you can't, let us know, and then we will start going down to alternates. There will be more alternates picked after this. We go to Super G scores and keep working our way down until we guarantee that we have a team of 12. So this is the national team contingent for 2022, the ladies. All right, let's get the guys up here. All right, for the boys team, starting with the GS qualifiers, Blake Bentz, number 1. Number 2, Alex Duibel. Number 3, Noah Bindis. Number 4, Joseph Tarkowski. Number 5, August Johnson. Number 6, Jack Steiner. Okay, we're not done yet. Just have to get my act together here. All right. Going back to giant slalom, or actually going to slalom, we've got Chase Raven, Henry Odgen, Leighton Jasperson, Sawyer Wozniak, Ryan Gutsky, sorry. It's tough, it's Wisconsin. And Griffin Ward rounding it out. For alternates, TJ Sonleski, Logan's, I'm going to need help on this one. Spanuta, Logan Spanuta. We got Griffin Ward up there. Yep, Griffin Ward. Max Rabella. Colin Sackman. And Stefan Kovacs. All right, again, so pick up your paperwork. Let us know if you wish to go. Coaches, we need some help. Parents, you're going to have to go out there. You're going to have to fly out